What's up, guys? Welcome to Supreme Harry. We've got something special today. What if Tony Stark discovered Harry was his magical nephew and sued Dumbledore for stealing Potter fortune? Marvel crossover. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Let's dive in. Chapter 1. The audit. The thing about Tony Stark was that he never read financial documents himself. That was the whole point of having Pepper. Pepper Potts, who had a memory like a steel trap and eyes like a hawk that had graduated top of its class from Hawk University, handled the documents. Tony handled the part where he stood in front of things and looked brilliant while she made sure the numbers didn't spontaneously combust. So it was a Tuesday, an unremarkable, gray-skied Tuesday in October, when Pepper sat down at her desk in the Malibu house with a mug of coffee and a stack of digital files that Jarvis had flagged as legacy holdings requiring review, and she started reading. She got through 40 minutes of standard material. Old Stark Industries contracts from the 80s, a property trust in Bern that Howard had apparently forgotten to close, a royalty agreement with a Swiss precision engineering firm that had been quietly paying out to a dormant Stark account for 22 years. Normal billionaire detritus. The kind of thing that accumulated like sediment when your family had been wealthy long enough that the money itself started generating paperwork. Then she hit the Gringotts file. She almost scrolled past it. It looked like nothing, a scanned document, old parchment from the look of the texture even in digital form, with handwriting that used that particular old-fashioned cursive that gave her a mild headache. The header read Gringotts Wizarding Bank, London Branch, Trust Instrument Memorandum, 1979. Pepper set her coffee down. She read it twice. Then a third time, slowly, her finger tracing the words on the screen. Then she stood up, walked 14 steps down the hall to Tony's workshop, bypassed the biometric lock with her override code, walked past 3 partially disassembled suits, a motorcycle engine in unknown condition, and what appeared to be a functioning arc reactor mounted on a skateboard for reasons she had decided not to investigate, and she said, "Tony." Tony was upside down under a titanium chassis, a welding torch in one hand and a cup of cold espresso balanced on his chest with the practiced confidence of a man who had given up on conventional gravity long ago. "Busy," he said, without looking up. "There's a document in Howard's legacy files from 1979. There are approximately 4,000 documents in Howard's legacy files from 1979. Busy. This one is from a bank called Gringotts." The welding torch went off. There was a pause of approximately 4 seconds. Then Tony rolled out from under the chassis on a wheeled board, sat up, and the espresso cup stayed balanced on his chest through some feat of physics that Pepper had stopped trying to understand years ago. He looked at her. "Say that again." "Gringotts Wizarding Bank." Pepper held her tablet out. "Ring any bells?" Tony took the tablet. He read for 10 seconds, then stood up in one fluid motion, the espresso cup hitting the floor, forgotten, and walked to his main workstation. "Jarvis." "Already pulling Associated Records, boss." Jarvis's voice was calm as always, the smooth British baritone that Tony had built out of equal parts nostalgia and spite for every British boarding school he'd never actually attended. "I flagged the Gringotts document 14 months ago as an anomaly requiring human authorization to pursue. You told me, and I quote, 'Wizard banks are not a priority, Jarvis, unless they start offering compound interest on dragon hoards.' I say a lot of things." Tony was already typing, pulling the document up across 3 screens. "What else is in the Associated Records?" "Quite a lot," Jarvis said, in a tone that managed to convey mild concern while remaining technically neutral. "I'd suggest you sit down." "I never sit down." "I'm aware." "The suggestion stands." Pepper leaned against the workstation beside him and watched his face as the records populated across the screens. She had worked with Tony Stark for 9 years. She could read his expressions the way other people read weather systems, the microtensions, the jaw muscle that jumped when something hit him somewhere real, the way his eyes went very still when his brain shifted from surface processing to deep analysis. His jaw jumped at about the 30-second mark. His eyes went still at 45 seconds. By the time 2 minutes had passed, he hadn't moved or spoken, and Pepper felt a cold, quiet weight settle in her stomach that she couldn't entirely explain. "Jarvis," Tony said finally, his voice entirely level. "Run a verification on the genetic component. Cross-reference with the Stark family medical records." "Already running. Results in approximately 3 minutes. "What genetic component?" Pepper asked. Tony didn't answer immediately. He reached out and expanded one section of the document, a handwritten clause near the bottom of the parchment, in a different hand than the main text, hurried and slightly cramped, like someone had added it quickly. He read it aloud, and his voice stayed level the whole time, which Pepper knew from experience meant he was working very hard to keep it that way. "In the event of the signatory's death or incapacity before the beneficiary reaches majority, all holdings, trusts, and custodial rights herein described shall pass to the surviving blood relatives of Howard Anthony Stark, Sr., in order of legal succession, with the exception of guardianship, which shall be determined by the beneficiary's magical guardian as appointed under wizarding law. Ministry of Magic Registration Number." He stopped. Looked at Pepper. "The beneficiary's name is James Sirius Potter." Pepper waited. "James Sirius Potter," Tony said again, like he was testing the weight of it. "Whose mother, according to the attached letter of personal correspondence which Howard apparently filed in a Gringotts trust because Howard Stark had no idea how to handle anything personal like a human being," he clicked over to a second document. "Was one Lily Marie Evans. Later Lily Potter." He paused. "Before she was Lily Potter, she spent approximately 8 months in New York in 1978 working as a research consultant for Stark Industries' then Experimental Materials Division." He paused again. "Howard was running that division personally. The workshop was very quiet." "Oh," Pepper said. "Yeah. Oh, Tony. Don't." He held up one hand, not looking at her. "Just, let Jarvis finish the verification." She didn't push. She stood beside him and watched the screens, and the cold weight in her stomach shifted into something more complicated, something that was part grief and part fury on his behalf and part a very specific kind of sadness for a man who had died 20 years ago, having apparently made choices he'd never bothered to tell anyone about. "Genetic verification complete," Jarvis said, 3 minutes and 14 seconds later. "Cross-referencing mitochondrial markers from the Stark family medical baseline against the biological sample registered in the Gringotts Trust instrument." A pause that felt almost deliberate. "The probability of a first-degree biological relationship between Howard Anthony Stark Sr. and the individual named Lily Marie Evans Potter is 99.7%. The margin of error accounts for record digitization artifacts." Tony sat down. Not in a chair. There was no chair within reach. He sat down on the edge of the workstation, and for a moment he looked less like Tony Stark and more like someone who had just been told something they'd half known was coming but had hoped, very quietly, was wrong. Pepper put her hand on his shoulder. He didn't shrug it off, which told her everything she needed to know about his current state. "I have a nephew," he said. "It appears so. Howard had with a witch. A literal witch. Named Lily." He exhaled. "Of course he did. Of course Howard Stark had a secret magical child that he stashed in a Gringotts trust and then died before telling anyone. Of course that happened." "Tony, what happened to her?" "Lily Potter." "Jarvis, what happened to Lily Potter?" Jarvis answered without hesitation, which meant he'd already pulled it. "Lily Potter, née Evans, died October 31, 1981. Her husband, James Potter, died the same night. Both deaths are attributed in wizarding records to a dark wizard known as Lord Voldemort." A brief pause. "Their son, Harry James Potter, survived. He is currently, and this is the detail I believe warrants your immediate attention, boss, 11 years old, and recorded as residing at number 4 Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey." Tony looked at the screen. "He's 11. Yes. He's been there since 1981. That's a decade. That's his whole life. Yes. Tony was quiet again, but this was a different kind of quiet. Pepper had seen this one before too. This was the quiet that came just before something got built, or broken, or both simultaneously. "Jarvis," he said, "pull everything. The Gringotts records, the trust instruments, the Potter family financial history, the wizarding probate records, everything. And I mean everything, guardianship filings, Ministry of Magic correspondence, any record of financial disbursements from Potter family vaults. All of it. I want a complete picture. Already compiling. I should mention that accessing wizarding financial records requires what? Well, technically it requires either direct Gringotts authorization or a blood relation claim filed under the International Banking Accord of 1874, which covers both Muggle and wizarding institutions. As a blood relation of the trust's beneficiary through the Stark-Evans line, you do have standing to file such a claim. How long does that take? Through normal channels, approximately 6 to 8 weeks. And through not normal channels? A pause that might have been Jarvis reconsidering the ethical implications. I may have already initiated a preliminary data retrieval through Stark Industries' existing financial intelligence network. Gringotts maintains encrypted digital liaisons with 16 major Muggle banks for compliance purposes. The liaison architecture is. Jarvis paused, with what could only be described as digital smugness, not as secure as the goblins believe it to be. Tony almost smiled. That's my boy. The complete financial picture is available now, if you'd like to review it. Put it on the main screen. The main display, a 12-foot wall of holographic projection that Tony had installed with the specific intention of making large problems look even larger so he could enjoy solving them more thoroughly, lit up with data. And it was a lot of data. Dense columns of transaction records, vault ledgers, trust disbursement logs, Ministry of Magic administrative filings, and at the center of all of it, threaded through everything like a single name stitched into the spine of a very expensive tapestry, was one name. Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore. Tony read for 20 minutes without speaking. Pepper read beside him. Jarvis periodically highlighted new connections, drew lines between accounts, flagged transaction patterns, and did the particular kind of elegant analytical work that Tony had spent 4 years training him for. The picture that emerged was, Tony found himself searching for a word and landing on meticulous. Someone had been very, very careful. Not careful enough to avoid detection if someone with Tony's resources ever looked, but careful enough to be invisible to anyone who wasn't specifically looking, which was clearly the point. The Potter family vault at Gringotts held, at the time of James and Lily Potter's deaths, the equivalent of approximately $412 million in wizarding currency, property, and liquid assets. The Potter family was, as it turned out, one of the oldest and wealthiest families in British wizarding history. As of the current date, that vault held approximately $41 million. Gone. Not stolen outright, that would have been too obvious. Instead, the money had moved in small, documented increments, through a network of charitable disbursements, wizarding infrastructure funds, school endowments, and administrative trusts, all of them bearing the signature of Albus Dumbledore, Magical Guardian, acting under Emergency Guardianship Provisions, Ministry Instrument 7B, Wizarding Children's Protection Act, 1982. Tony stared at the screen for a long time. He appointed himself guardian, Tony said. Correct, Jarvis said. 14 days after the Potters' deaths, Dumbledore filed a Magical Guardian declaration with the Ministry of Magic citing emergency provisions for the protection of a war orphan. The filing noted no surviving blood relatives with standing to contest the appointment. But I had standing. I had standing the moment Howard signed that trust document in 1979. You did. However, it appears the Gringotts trust instrument containing the biological records and succession clause was, Jarvis paused, and the pause was pointed, removed from the primary filing index at Gringotts approximately 3 days after Dumbledore's guardianship declaration was registered with the ministry. The workshop went very quiet again. Removed, Tony said. Not a question. Yes. Not destroyed. The goblins, to their credit, do not destroy records. It violates approximately 17 core tenets of their banking code. But it was moved to a subarchive requiring either Dumbledore's authorization or a direct blood relation petition to access. A blood relation petition that, as noted, no one filed, because as far as the wizarding world was concerned, no blood relations with standing existed. Because Dumbledore declared there were none. Before the evidence that might have proven otherwise was conveniently buried. Pepper had gone very still beside Tony. Her voice, when she spoke, was careful and quiet, the way it got when she was genuinely furious but keeping it controlled. He took a child who had a living family member, a billionaire living family member, and put him where, exactly? Number 4 Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey, Jarvis said. Registered address of Vernon and Petunia Desley. Petunia Desley, née Evans, is Lily Potter's elder sister. The only Muggle member of the family. He gave an 11-year-old magical orphan to Muggle relatives. Tony's voice had flattened out entirely. While draining the child's inheritance. He gave him to the relatives 10 years ago, when Harry was 1 year old. The child has lived there his entire life. Jarvis pulled a second data window. I should note that there are no records of Dumbledore's guardianship funds being used to provide financial support to the Desley household. The household financial records, which I've retrieved from HMRC, of course you have, indicate a lower middle-income family with no significant external income sources. No evidence of trust disbursements reaching the Desley address. Tony stood up from the workstation. He walked to the window. Outside, the Pacific was doing what the Pacific did, being enormous and gray and entirely indifferent to human problems, and he looked at it for a moment with his hands in his pockets. A child with access to hundreds of millions of dollars, he said, has been living with lower middle-income relatives who've received no financial support from his trust, while that trust is being systematically drained by his self-appointed magical guardian. He paused. For 10 years. That is an accurate summary. And no one, not the bank, not the ministry, not any lawyer, not one single person in the entire wizarding world, ever thought to check on him. The wizarding world believed he was being protected by the most powerful and respected wizard alive. Questioning Dumbledore, apparently, is not something wizarding Britain does comfortably. Tony turned away from the window. Something had settled in his expression, not rage, exactly, though rage was definitely present. It was something more deliberate than rage. It was the look he got in boardrooms when someone had made the mistake of cheating him openly enough to be caught. The look that meant he had already decided what was going to happen next and was simply arranging the order of operations. Jarvis, get me Christine Everhart's contact at the Daily Prophet, the wizarding newspaper. Yes, not yet. First things first. He grabbed his jacket from the back of a chair. Pepper, I need you to call Richards at the London office. Tell him to find me the best wizarding law firm in Britain, and the best Muggle international law firm with experience in cross-jurisdiction estate law, and book them both for a conference call tonight. Then find me a car that won't attract attention. Pepper raised an eyebrow. You driving to Surrey? I'm driving to Surrey. Tony, it's a 7-hour flight and a 2-hour drive from, then book the jet too. But I'm driving from Heathrow. And Pepper, he paused at the workshop door. Find me everything you can about what Harry Potter's life has actually looked like for the last 10 years. School records, medical records, anything. I want to know what I'm walking into. He was gone before she could answer. She looked at Jarvis's screens for a moment, the columns of stolen money, the name Albus Dumbledore threaded through everything, and at the center of it all, a single file photo that Jarvis had sourced from a British primary school registry. A small boy with dark messy hair and eyes that were startlingly green, Lily's eyes, Pepper thought, though she'd never met Lily, wearing clothes that were clearly too large for him, looking at the camera with the particular expression of a child who had learned very young to take up as little space as possible. Jarvis, Pepper said quietly. Yes, Miss Potts. Pull those medical records first. There was a pause. "Ms. Potts, I should warn you, the school medical records flag several incidents of note. Multiple visits for minor injuries with inconsistent explanations. A notation from a school nurse in 1989 describing, and I'm quoting directly, child presents with bruising to the left forearm, states he fell. Demeanor suggests possible domestic concerns. Referral recommended. No follow-up referral was made." Pepper closed her eyes for 3 seconds. "Book me on the same flight as Tony," she said. The Stark private jet touched down at Heathrow at 6:47 in the morning, London time. It was grey and cold and the kind of damp that got into your bones and made an argument for moving somewhere with more sun, and Tony walked off the jet in a dark jacket and no tie, because ties were a form of surrender, with a tablet under his arm and 7 hours of work behind him. He'd spent the flight building a legal architecture. Not fighting yet, just the scaffolding. Gathering precedents, finding statutes, mapping the territory. He'd called Richards at 2 a.m. London time, which Richards had handled with the professional suffering of someone who was very well compensated for exactly this kind of thing. The wizarding law firm Jarvis had identified, Goldstein, Beach and Knott, with offices in Diagon Alley, had been contacted through a secure intermediary, and a preliminary consultation was booked for tomorrow. The international estate firm was already reviewing documents. But that was tomorrow. Today, Tony Stark was going to Surrey. The car was a black Range Rover, nondescript, because Pepper had actually listened to the part about not attracting attention, which Tony appreciated even as he quietly calculated how long it would take him to fix the not attracting attention thing permanently once the legal groundwork was in place. He drove himself. Pepper had offered the driver. He'd waved it off. He needed the 2 hours of motorway to think, and thinking worked better when his hands were doing something mechanical. He thought about Howard. He'd spent a lot of years, most of his adult life, honestly, trying to have one definitive feeling about Howard Stark. It was difficult. Howard had been the kind of man who could fill a room with his personality and empty it with his parenting, a brilliant visionary who apparently had the emotional intelligence of a particularly ambitious rock formation, and he'd died before Tony had been old enough or willing to have the conversation that might have changed something. And now Tony was learning that Howard had done one more thing without telling anyone. Had a daughter, not a daughter, Lily was his half-daughter, biologically, illegitimate, and apparently a witch, and Howard had known, had made a trust, had filed documents, had at some level tried to do something about it, but had never, apparently, managed to do the actual hard part, which was talking to people. Classic Howard. The rage Tony felt about the money, about Dumbledore, about the systematic stripping of his nephew's inheritance, that rage was clean and functional. He knew what to do with that rage. It became fuel. It became work. The rage he felt about Howard was older and messier, and he put it in a box and set it aside, because number 4 Privet Drive was coming up in 6 kilometers according to the NAV system and he needed to be present for whatever he was about to find. He pulled on to Privet Drive at 9:30 in the morning. It was a very normal street. Aggressively normal. The kind of normal that worked too hard at itself, identical semi-detached houses, identical hedges trimmed to the same height, identical cars on identical driveways. The kind of neighborhood where anything unusual was immediately visible because the usual had been enforced so thoroughly that deviation read like an alarm. Number 4 was indistinguishable from every other house on the street. White render, brown trim, a car on the drive, a large car, Tony noted, the kind that announced "I have more money than I need and I want you to know it," which was a sentiment Tony understood even while finding it deeply tedious on a man of Vernon Desley's apparent income. Tony sat in the Range Rover for a moment. He looked at the house. Jarvis had pulled school records, Harry was enrolled at St. Grunning's Primary. A Tuesday in October meant school hours. Which meant Harry might be at school. Or, actually, Jarvis had also flagged something in the school attendance records. Harry's attendance for the current year had gaps. Unexplained absences. 7 of them in the first 6 weeks of term. Tony got out of the car. He walked up the path, rang the bell, and waited. He heard footsteps, heavy, flat-footed, and then the door opened and he was looking at a large man with very little neck and the specific species of mustache that seemed to grow on men who enjoyed enforcing rules they didn't fully understand. Vernon Dursley looked at Tony. Then at the Range Rover. Then back at Tony, performing a rapid economic calculation that Tony could watch happening in real time behind his eyes. Yes. Vernon said, with the caution of a man who couldn't decide yet whether this was a business opportunity or a Jehovah's Witness. Tony Stark, Tony said. He didn't offer a hand. Is Harry Potter home? Vernon's expression shifted through several phases: surprise, recognition of the name Tony Stark, and then a very particular kind of tightening that Tony had seen before on the faces of people who had things to hide. He's at school, Vernon said, and started closing the door. Tony put his hand on the door. Not forcefully. Just present. Mr. Dursley, he said. Vernon, is it? I've come a long way. I've also, in the last 12 hours, retained legal representation in both Muggle and Wizarding jurisdictions. I have a genetic verification document establishing my biological relationship to Harry Potter. And I have a financial audit suggesting that the child living in your home has been systematically deprived of resources that were legally his since birth. He paused. I can do this conversation now, at your door, quietly. Or I can come back with a family court order and a documentary film crew. It's genuinely your call. Vernon Dursley's mustache did something complicated. He stepped back from the door. Tony walked in. The interior of number 4 Privet Drive was the interior of a house in which one family lived very comfortably and another existed on the margins of that comfort. It took Tony about 30 seconds to see it, the family photos in the hallway featuring a large boy and 2 adults but no second child, the neat living room with its well-maintained furniture and complete absence of any object that might belong to an 11-year-old except for a single pair of very worn trainers shoved behind the coat rack. A woman appeared in the kitchen doorway, thin, horsey-faced, with eyes that had some echo in them that Tony was processing before he consciously recognized it. Lily's eyes had been green. This woman's eyes were pale blue and guarded. But there was something in the bone structure. The shape of the jaw. Lily's sister. Who is this? She asked Vernon, her voice sharp and suspicious. Tony Stark, Tony said, because repeating it didn't cost him anything. He looked at her steadily. You're Petunia. You were Lily Evans's sister. The way Petunia Dursley reacted to that name told Tony a great deal very quickly. Her face didn't soften, it contracted, pulled inward, fear and something harder underneath it. Harry is at school, she said. If you want to discuss him, you'll need to. He's not at school, Tony said. It wasn't a guess. He'd seen the attendance gaps, and he'd seen the trainers behind the coat rack. He's been home 7 times this term. And his school records note that he frequently comes to school without having eaten. The silence in the hallway was loud. Where is he, Petunia? She was still for a moment. Then, with the specific mechanical quality of someone doing something they decided was practical rather than kind, she turned and called up the stairs, Boy. Come down. Tony filed the word boy away. He heard footsteps on the stairs, small, careful footsteps, the kind that were long accustomed to making no noise, and then Harry Potter appeared at the top of the staircase and came down into the hallway, and Tony looked at his nephew for the first time. He was small for 11. That was the first thing. Not frail, exactly, but compact in a way that read less like natural build and more like a child whose body had learned to be economical about itself. Dark hair that went everywhere, which was so aggressively stark that Tony felt something clench in his chest. Green eyes, Lily's eyes, which meant Howard's daughter's eyes, behind a pair of glasses with a crack in one lens that had been repaired with tape. 2 large clothes. The kind of stillness on him that children developed when they'd learned that sudden movements drew attention and attention usually meant trouble. He looked at Tony with those green eyes and waited, with the patience of a child who was very used to waiting, to be told what was happening. Tony looked at him for a long moment. Then he said, "Hi." Harry blinked. He had apparently been expecting something else. "Hi," he said cautiously. "I'm Tony." "I know who you are," Harry said, in a voice that was quiet but not fearful. "You make the suits." A pause. "My cousin watches the news." "Guilty." Tony was aware of Vernon and Petunia in his peripheral vision, hovering with the specific energy of people trying to decide whether to intervene and calculating that they probably shouldn't. He kept his attention on Harry. "I drove up from London to see you. You have any time this morning?" Harry looked from Tony to his aunt. Petunia's expression was closed, unreadable, giving away nothing. Harry looked back at Tony. "I suppose," he said, carefully. "Great." Tony moved toward the door, because standing in this hallway with its absent photographs and its carefully erased evidence of Harry's existence was doing things to his patience that he needed to manage. "Get your jacket." "Vernon," Petunia started. "I'm not asking," Tony said, without turning around. "I'm his uncle. I have genetic documentation to prove it, I have legal standing in 3 jurisdictions to prove it, and unless you want to have a very detailed conversation about why a child who has access to a 700-year-old family fortune has a cracked pair of glasses held together with tape, I suggest we skip the part where you try to stop me." Harry had gone very still on the bottom stair. His eyes were enormous. "Your jacket," Tony said to him, not unkindly. "It's cold out." Harry reached behind the coat rack and pulled out a jacket that was too big for him, probably passed down from his cousin. He put it on, and it hung off his shoulders like a costume, and Tony made a mental note about approximately 30 things that needed to change in the immediate future. Harry followed Tony down the front path to the Range Rover. Behind them, the door of number 4 Privet Drive closed with a click that sounded, to Tony's ear, like something ending. They got into the car. Tony started the engine. Harry sat in the passenger seat, not touching anything, feet tucked slightly under him as if he was ready to take up less space if required, and looked straight ahead through the windscreen. "So," Harry said. "You're my uncle. Your grandfather and your mother's mother had a situation in the late 70s. Which Howard, being Howard, handled with the emotional dexterity of a filing cabinet." Harry processed this. "My mum had a different dad than my Aunt Petunia. Half-siblings." "Yeah. And that makes you, your father's half-brother was my father's son, which makes Lily my half-sister and you my nephew." Tony glanced at him sideways. "I know. It's a lot." Harry was quiet for a moment. Tony could see him working through it, cataloging it, filing it away with the systematic carefulness of a child who had learned to process information quietly. "Okay," Harry said. "Okay," Tony agreed. They drove in silence for a minute. Tony pulled onto the main road and headed toward the town center, aiming for a coffee shop that Jarvis had identified as the nearest establishment that looked like it might serve actual food. "Why didn't you come before?" Harry asked. Not accusatory. Just asking. The way a person asked a question when they already suspected the answer wasn't good. "I didn't know you existed," Tony said. "I found out yesterday." Another silence, longer this time. "How?" "Financial audit." Tony glanced at him again. "You know what that is?" "Sort of. It's when someone checks the money. It's when someone finds out where the money went." Tony pulled into a parking space. He looked at Harry directly, really looked at him, at the tape-mended glasses and the too large clothes and those green eyes that were watching him with the focused, careful attention of a child who had learned to read rooms quickly because it was a survival skill. "Harry. What do you know about your family's vault at Gringotts?" Harry frowned. "I know we have one. I heard my aunt mention it once. She was on the phone and she said there was money that was supposed to come to us. For my keeping." His jaw tightened, briefly, and then relaxed. "But she said Dumbledore sent a letter saying it was being managed and they didn't need to worry." "Did money ever come?" "No." Tony breathed out slowly. Right. He opened the car door. Come on. I'm going to buy you the largest breakfast you've ever eaten, and then I'm going to tell you about what I found, and then I'm going to ask you something important. Harry got out of the car. He stood on the pavement outside the coffee shop and looked at Tony with an expression that was trying very hard not to be what it actually was, which was hope. Because hope, Tony recognized, was something this kid had learned to manage carefully. Hope had let this kid down before. You could see it in the way he was holding himself, interested, alert, but braced. Tony held the door open. For what it's worth, he said, as Harry walked past him into the warmth of the coffee shop, I'm not going anywhere. I just want to put that on the table up front. Harry stopped just inside the door and looked at him. I'm a Stark, Tony said. When we decide something matters, we're extremely annoying about it. It's basically a family tradition. Something shifted in Harry's face. Not full hope yet, he was too careful for that. But something adjacent to it. Something that had the shape of a door opening. He turned back to the menu board above the counter, and Tony watched him read it with the focused intensity of someone discovering for the first time that they were allowed to choose. Can I have the full breakfast? Harry asked. The big one? Get two if you want, Tony said. Harry ordered the big one, and Tony ordered coffee, and they sat down at a corner table, and Tony Stark started explaining to his 11-year-old nephew why the world was about to change. Outside, it had started to rain. London autumn, doing what it did. Neither of them noticed. Chapter 2, The Boy in the Cupboard. Harry ate like someone who had learned that food wasn't always guaranteed. Tony noticed it within the first 2 minutes, the way Harry didn't eat fast exactly, but with a kind of focused efficiency, like his body had its own separate agenda from the conversation and was going to fulfill that agenda regardless. He cleaned the plate methodically. Toast first, then eggs, then the sausages, then the beans, pausing occasionally to listen to Tony but never losing track of the food. Tony kept his expression neutral and filed everything away. He'd been talking for about 10 minutes, the simplified version, calibrated for an 11-year-old but not dumbed down, because Harry's eyes tracked everything he said with a precision that made clear dumbing down would be an insult. The trust document. Gringotts. The financial audit. Howard. Harry had asked 3 questions so far, all of them precise and specific. When did my mum find out Howard was her father? Tony didn't know. Is the vault definitely mine, not just my parents'? Yes, the original Potter family vault and several subsidiary accounts were all in Harry's name by descent. How much is missing? Tony had paused at that one, because the number still hit him even now. In rough terms, Tony said. About $370 million. Give or take. Harry set his fork down. He looked at Tony for a moment with those green eyes completely still, and Tony could see him doing the thing, the recalibrating, the processing, the quiet internal adjustment that was clearly a well-practiced mechanism. Then he picked the fork back up and ate the last piece of sausage. That's a lot, Harry said. It is. Who took it? Dumbledore. Harry looked up again. And this time something moved in his expression, not shock, not rage, but something more complicated and more quietly devastating. He set the fork down again and leaned back in his chair and looked at the table. He's the one who left me with the Dursleys. Yes. People talk about him like, Harry stopped. Started again. My primary school, last year, we did a whole thing about important living people. One of the kids in my class had a wizarding parent, and she kept saying Dumbledore was the greatest wizard of the age. That everyone trusted him. He paused. She said he was the one who saved everyone. During the war. I know. So why did he take the money? Tony had been asking himself the same question, from a different angle. Not why in the greedy sense, because the transaction records didn't look like simple theft. They looked like someone who genuinely believed they were entitled to direct resources toward their own vision of what was necessary. I think, Tony said carefully, he believed he was doing what was best for the wizarding world. The money went to things he decided mattered, schools, funds, rebuilding after the war. I don't think he was pocketing it. But it was mine. It was yours. And he didn't ask. He didn't ask. Harry was quiet for a moment. The coffee shop had filled up around them, morning crowd, people with laptops and newspapers and the self-contained busyness of a weekday morning. Nobody was paying attention to the small boy and the man in the expensive jacket in the corner, which was exactly as Tony had intended. "What are you going to do?" Harry asked. "I was thinking about asking what you want to do," Tony said. "It's your money." Harry looked at him like this was an entirely new sentence construction he'd never encountered before. "You're asking me. You're the aggrieved party. I'm 11. Einstein published his first significant theoretical work at 16. Malala Yousafzai was speaking at international forums at 15. You're not too young to have an opinion about your own inheritance." Tony leaned his elbows on the table. "But if you're asking what I'm going to do regardless, I'm going to sue him. I'm going to pull every financial and legal lever I have access to, which is quite a few levers, and I'm going to make it so that Albus Dumbledore has to account for every single transaction in a public forum." He paused. "And I'm going to make sure it never happens to you again." Harry looked at him for a long time. "Why?" he said. "You didn't know me yesterday." It was a good question. It was the kind of question a kid asked when they'd been given reasons before that didn't hold up under examination. Tony thought about how to answer it honestly. "Because it's the right thing," he said. "And because you're family. And because," he stopped, then decided to just say it, "because I spent my entire childhood being the thing that mattered about my father's legacy rather than the person who was my father's son, and I can see from looking at you that you know exactly what that feels like. And I have enough money and enough anger to do something about it. So I'm going to." Harry held his gaze for a moment. Then he looked out the window at the grey Surrey morning. "Okay," he said. "Okay. Yeah." He looked back. "What happens to me while all of that's happening? Do I go back to—" he gestured vaguely in the direction they'd come from. "No," Tony said. It came out more definitive than he'd planned, but he didn't take it back. "You don't go back there. You can just decide that. Without asking anyone. I have legal standing as your blood relative. I have documentation. And I have a very expensive legal team who are awake right now specifically to make sure that yes, I can decide that." He picked up his coffee. "Unless you want to go back." Harry didn't answer, but his answer was in every line of his body, the very slightly easier set of his shoulders, the way the brace for impact tension he'd carried into the coffee shop was beginning, almost invisibly, to loosen. "The thing is," Harry said, "my stuff is back there. We can get your stuff. It's not much stuff. That's fine. My owl is back there. I have an owl." He said this with the specific careful neutrality of someone mentioning something they loved while preparing for it to be dismissed. "Hedwig. I've had her since," he stopped. Hedwig was a recent acquisition, actually, and Harry didn't seem entirely sure how to explain the circumstances of acquiring a snowy owl when supposedly he'd been living in Surrey all his life. Tony filed the owl under figure it out later and did not make a face about the owl. "We'll bring Hedwig," he said. This produced, briefly and involuntarily, a real smile. It transformed Harry's face, knocked about 10 pounds of wariness off it all at once and left something much younger and much more like an 11-year-old who had found out that his owl was coming. Tony stored that smile up. "Right," Tony said. "Finish your juice. Then we're going back to Privet Drive for your things." Harry finished his juice. Then he said, without looking at Tony, "There's a lock on my door." Tony looked at him. "My bedroom," Harry said. He stopped, and started again. "It's a cupboard, actually. Under the stairs. There's a lock on the outside. They lock it sometimes. He said it factually, the way someone might mention that a door in their house sticks in damp weather. He was not performing it. He was just saying it, plainly, because it was a fact. Tony set his coffee cup down with extraordinary care. He said nothing for 6 seconds, which was approximately 5 seconds longer than he said nothing about anything normally. Then he said, "There's a lock. On the outside, yeah. They lock a child in a cupboard." Not, Harry started, as if he was about to make it smaller, and then he stopped himself, and looked at Tony, and something in him seemed to decide not to do that. "Yeah," he said instead. "Sometimes." Tony stood up. "Let's go get your things." His voice was perfectly level. He'd learned that particular skill in boardrooms, the ability to be absolutely furious while sounding like he was discussing quarterly projections. It was useful for the same reason a scalpel was more useful than a sledgehammer in certain situations. Right now he was selecting his tools, and the sledgehammer was coming later. They drove back to Privet Drive in the same direction they'd come, through the same rain, past the same identical hedges. Tony parked, and they walked up the same path, and Tony knocked on the door this time rather than ringing the bell, because something in him objected to ringing the bell. Petunia opened it. "He needs his things," Tony said. "All of them." Petunia looked at Harry, then back at Tony, with the expression of someone trying to calculate an angle. "I think we should discuss, Petunia." Tony smiled. It was not a warm smile. It was the smile he'd patented in the years before he became technically a good person, the smile that went all the way to his eyes and meant precisely the opposite of what smiles normally meant. "I have been awake for 27 hours. I've flown across the Atlantic. I've spent a good portion of the last 12 hours reading documentation that has put me in a mood that my assistant would describe as concerning. And I have just been told by your nephew, my nephew, that he sleeps in a cupboard. With a lock on the outside." The color drained from Petunia Desley's face. Not guilt, exactly. Rationalization under pressure. Tony could see her assembling the defense even now, it was temporary, the house is small, Dumbledore said it was for his protection, he was never, Harry, Tony said, without looking away from Petunia, "Go get your things." Harry moved past his aunt into the house. Tony stayed at the door. He could hear Harry's footsteps in the hallway, and then the small sound of a door opening, a low door, the kind of door that was in the understairs space, the sound of it very clear in the quiet house. Petunia said, "He was difficult." "You don't know what it was like." "I don't need to know what it was like," Tony said. "I need to tell you that as of today, Harry is in my legal custody. My lawyers will be in contact to formalize the paperwork. If there's any attempt to contest that, any at all, what I know about the last 10 years becomes a matter of public record. Do you understand what I mean by public record? I mean newspapers. I mean social services. I mean every journalist in Britain who covers family court having the story of the decade." He paused. "Or this is clean and quiet and everyone moves on with their lives." Petunia said nothing. Her hands were clasped in front of her so tightly her knuckles had gone white. Vernon appeared at the top of the stairs, looking down with the affronted energy of a man who was still computing how he'd ended up on the wrong side of a conversation with Tony Stark. "Now see here," he began. "Vernon," Tony said pleasantly, "sit down." Vernon, somehow, sat down. It was the tone, Pepper would have recognized it immediately. The completely relaxed certainty of a man who had never, not once in his adult life, been in a situation he couldn't get out of. Harry reappeared from the cupboard. He had one bag. A school backpack, battered blue, and it was not full, it had the soft, partially collapsed look of a bag with not much in it. He was carrying Hedwig's cage in his other hand, the owl inside regarding Tony with orange eyes of magnificent skepticism. That was everything. One bag. One owl. That was everything Harry Potter owned. Tony looked at the bag. He looked at the cupboard door, still open, and he could see the inside of it from here, the fold-down cot, the single shelf, a few pieces of paper that were probably drawings or schoolwork tacked to the wall, and an energy-efficient light bulb with a pull cord. For a child who had grown up in a house this size to have a bedroom this size was a specific kind of calculated cruelty. Tony reached out and took Hedwig's cage from Harry. "Ready?" he said. "Yeah." Harry hitched the backpack up. He didn't look at Petunia. Then he did look at her, a brief, complicated glance, and Tony saw the whole history of their relationship in about 4 seconds, the way a photograph can hold more than the sum of its parts. Then Harry walked out the front door, down the path, and got into the car. Tony looked at Petunia one more time. She was looking at the floor. Whatever she'd been about to say, whatever rationalization, whatever defense, it had apparently failed to materialize. "You'll hear from my lawyers," Tony said. He walked to the car, put Hedwig's cage on the back seat, and drove away from Privet Drive without looking in the mirror. They were 20 minutes down the motorway when Harry said, "He's going to find out." Tony kept his eyes on the road. "Who?" "Dumbledore." Harry was looking out the window, one knee pulled up against the door. "He knows everything that happens." "That's what people say." "He always knows." "Let him find out." "He'll come." "I know." Harry turned to look at him. "You're not worried about that?" "Should I be?" "He's the most powerful wizard alive. Probably the most powerful wizard of the last century." "He's one man," Tony said. "With a very specific kind of power, operating in a very specific kind of institutional framework, who has just been discovered committing several things that are crimes in at least 6 jurisdictions. Power is great. Power without accountability is great until the accountability shows up." He glanced at Harry sideways. "He should be worried about me." Harry looked at him for a moment longer, and something in that careful, measuring gaze reminded Tony so sharply of looking in a mirror that it knocked the breath out of him slightly. The kid was deciding whether to believe him. Actually testing the statement, weighing it, applying the kind of critical assessment he'd developed for a world that had not historically been honest with him. "Okay," Harry said finally, and looked back out the window. Tony's phone rang through the car speakers. He hit accept. "Pepper." "Good morning." Pepper's voice had the quality it got when she'd been working for several hours and had results. "First, is he with you?" "Yes." A pause. "Hi, Harry," Pepper said, warmly. Harry blinked at the dashboard. "Hi," he said, with the uncertainty of someone not sure how to address a voice coming out of a car. "Jarvis found something this morning that you're going to want to know about," Pepper continued. "He's been cross-referencing the Gringotts data with Ministry of Magic administrative records." "How did Jarvis get ministry records?" Tony asked. "I didn't ask. The point is, Tony, there are more accounts than we thought. The main Potter vault is the one we calculated yesterday. But there are 3 subsidiary vaults, property trusts, primarily, for properties that the Potter family owned at the time of James and Lily's deaths. 2 of them have been actively managed by Dumbledore's offices. The third," she paused. "The third one hasn't been touched. And according to Gringotts records, it was placed under a specific bloodlock in 1979. Tony's hands tightened slightly on the wheel. "By who?" "By Lily Evans. Before she married James Potter, apparently, while she was in New York." Another pause. "The bloodlock requires either Lily's blood or the blood of a direct descendant of Howard Stark to open." The motorway hummed under the wheels. "Well," Tony said. "Jarvis cross-referenced the contents registry. The vault has a standing inventory record filed with Gringotts in 1981. The day before Lily died." Pepper's voice was very steady, the way it got when she was holding something back. "Tony, she knew. She put things in that vault for Harry specifically. And she put it under a lock that only you or Harry could open." Harry had gone very still in the passenger seat. "She knew about you," Harry said, "not really to anyone." "She appears to have," Pepper said gently. Tony breathed through his nose. There was something large and complicated trying to surface, and he put it down by force of will because the motorway required attention and Harry was in the car and some things needed to be handled in order of urgency. "Okay," he said. "That goes on the Gringotts visit list. What else?" "Goldstein, beach and not confirmed for 10 tomorrow morning, Diagon Alley. And Marcus Chen from Hargreaves International is flying to London tonight, he'll meet us at the Connaught." A brief pause. "I've also booked 3 rooms. Harry needs clothes, Tony." "I know. Real clothes. His size." "I know, Pepper. I just want to be clear about what I mean by real clothes, because the last time I left clothing procurement to you, you bought a 14-year-old internal wardrobe that cost more than most people's cars. That was one time, one expensive time, Pepper. I'm just saying. Book Harrods or something. We'll sort the clothes situation in London." Tony glanced at Harry, who was listening to this exchange with an expression that had become cautiously, involuntarily entertained. "We'll be there by noon." "One more thing," Pepper said. "Jarvis picked up some unusual signal activity around Privet Drive in the last hour. Specifically in the 30 minutes after you left." "What kind of signal?" "The kind that doesn't show up on standard telecommunications monitors. He's calling it low-frequency magical communication, based on some comparative analysis he did against documented magical event signatures from the Hogwarts archives." Tony processed this. Someone knew we were there. Someone was watching, or was notified very quickly. Jarvis tracked the signal trajectory and it, Pepper paused. It originated from a point consistent with central London. Specifically the area near King's Cross and the Leaky Cauldron, which Jarvis identifies as a major wizarding hub. So someone in Wizarding London's intelligence network monitors Privet Drive. Apparently. And they just got a notification that Harry Potter left with someone. In about 4 seconds, yes, that's what I'm saying. Tony tapped his fingers on the wheel. Calibrating. How long before Dumbledore knows specifically who I am? If he doesn't already know Tony Stark on sight from Muggle media, which Muggle-aware wizarding people apparently follow more than you'd expect, then probably hours. Maybe less. Fine. Tony made a decision. Tell Jarvis to set up a notification architecture. I want to know the moment any unusual activity shows up around Harry's location. Any of our locations. Flag magical signatures specifically. Already done, Jarvis said from the car's speakers, which made Harry start slightly. Jarvis, Tony said, say hi to Harry. Good morning, Harry, Jarvis said. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. I've been looking forward to it, if an AI can be said to look forward to things. Harry stared at the dashboard speaker. Are you an actual artificial intelligence? I prefer the term autonomous analytical intelligence, but yes. Tony built me. He built you. Over about 4 years. I like to think the time was well spent. Harry looked at Tony with an expression that combined impressed and alarmed in roughly equal measure. You built a person. I built a very sophisticated program. I'm flattered by the distinction, Jarvis said. He's not a person, Tony paused, because he'd had this argument before and it always went sideways. The point is, he's very useful and he's on our side, and that's what matters. Harry settled back in his seat, processing. Outside, the motorway was broadening as they approached London proper, the grey sky sitting low and even over the sprawl of the city. Harry watched it come toward him with the fixed attention of someone for whom London represented something larger than geography, possibility, maybe, or change, or just the simple recognition that the world was bigger than Privet Drive. Tony, he said, after a while. Yeah. What if I don't want the money? He said it carefully, like he was testing how it sounded out loud. Like, what if I just want, what if it's not really about the money? Tony was quiet for a moment. It's not about the money for me either, he said. The money is how you prove the rest of it in a court. The money is the evidence. But what it's actually about is that someone decided they got to make every choice in your life without asking you. Where you lived, what resources you had, what you knew about yourself. He paused. And nobody gets to do that. Not to you. Not to anyone. But especially not to you, because I'm here now and I have opinions about it. Harry absorbed this. Is that how you feel about your dad? About Howard deciding things? Tony blinked. He had not expected that particular precision from an 11-year-old, and he sat with it for a second. Yeah, he said. Roughly. And you didn't get to, Harry stopped. No. He died before we, no. Tony kept his eyes on the road. Which is part of why I'm not planning on wasting any time here. Harry nodded slowly. He looked back out the window. Somewhere between the Surrey motorway and the edge of London, something had shifted in his bearing, the way he held himself in the seat, the way he looked at the approaching city. Still careful. Still reading the room. But upright, now, in a way he hadn't been sitting upright on the stairs at number 4. Hedwig, in her cage on the back seat, ruffled her feathers approvingly. The Connaught was in Mayfair, which was the kind of address that communicated a precise quantity of intention, and Tony had chosen it partly for that reason and partly because it was the right distance from Diagon Alley, which Jarvis had established was accessible through the leaky cauldron on Charing Cross Road. Harry stood in the lobby of the Connaught with his battered backpack over one shoulder and Hedwig's cage in his hand and looked at the chandelier with an expression of careful neutrality that was doing very little to conceal the fact that he had never in his life been inside a hotel like this. Pepper was waiting in the lobby. She'd flown in on the second Stark jet, which Tony had sent back to Malibu after himself to collect her, because Pepper's presence was non-optional in the same way that structural walls were non-optional. She stood up when they walked in, and she looked at Harry, and Tony watched her do the same thing he'd done that morning, the quiet inventory, the registration of everything the inventory implied, and watched her keep all of it off her face. She crossed the lobby and held out her hand. Harry. I'm Pepper. It's very good to meet you. Harry shook her hand. You're the one who found the file. I am. Thank you, he said. Plainly, directly, without performance. Just, thank you. Pepper looked at him for a moment. You're welcome, she said, equally plainly. Then, with the brisk efficiency that she deployed like a superpower, you need clothes. I've arranged for a personal shopper from Harrods to come here this afternoon, if that's all right with you, Harry, or we can go to the shops directly, whichever you prefer. Harry looked slightly overwhelmed by the concept of preference. Here is fine, he said. And you should eat something. Again, if Tony's already fed you breakfast, he did. Good. Then after you've settled in, we have a conference call with the legal team at 3. You don't have to be present for that, but Tony thought you might want to be, given that it's about you. Harry nodded. He was tracking all of this with the slightly stunned alertness of someone watching a very large and competent machine engage on their behalf for the first time in their life. Tony collected the room keys from the desk and led the way to the lifts. He'd booked 2 suites, one for him and one for Pepper, which had a small adjoining room that had been set up for Harry. It was a junior suite, which meant it was larger than the entire ground floor of number 4 Privet Drive, and when Tony opened the door and Harry walked in ahead of him, Harry stopped in the middle of the room and stood there for a moment looking at the bed. It was just a bed. White duvet, 4 pillows, a headboard, a bedside table with a lamp. Objectively extremely ordinary by Connaught standards. Harry set Hedwig's cage on the desk by the window. He ran one hand along the duvet. Didn't say anything. Tony let the silence sit. Then, the bathroom has one of those showers with about 30 different settings. Jarvis can give you a tutorial if you want. I can operate a shower, Harry said, with a flash of something dry that was the first purely unguarded thing Tony had seen from him. You can probably operate most things, Tony said. I'll be next door. Knock if you need anything. Seriously, anything. He was almost at the door when Harry said, Tony. He turned. Harry was standing by the window with the afternoon grey of London behind him, and he looked like he was trying to decide whether to say something and whether it was safe to say it. Then, my mum left something in that vault. For me. Yeah. Whatever it is, can I have it? Even if, he stopped. Started again. Even if it changes anything. About the plan. Tony frowned. Why would it change the plan? I don't know what's in there. She might have left things that, I don't know. Dumbledore might have reasons he didn't. He stopped, and Tony could see him battling the deeply ingrained habit of building Dumbledore defenses. The habit of someone who had been told, indirectly and persistently, that everything had been done for good reasons and that questioning those reasons was ungrateful. Harry, Tony said. Your mother left you something. It's yours. Whatever it is, it doesn't change anything, because the plan isn't contingent on what's in the vault. The plan is that you deserve to know the truth about your family, and you deserve the resources that were legally yours, and someone decided they got to make those decisions instead of you. He held Harry's gaze. Nothing in that vault is going to make me think that was okay. Harry held his gaze for a moment. Nodded. Tony went back to his room. He sat on the edge of his own bed and rubbed his face with both hands. It was 1 p.m. in London, which meant it was 5 a.m. in Malibu, which meant he had been awake for approximately 31 hours and had driven to Surrey, picked up a child from a cupboard, and was about to start dismantling the legal and institutional framework of an entire parallel civilization. He thought about the cupboard. The fold-down cot. The pull-cord light bulb. The single shelf. Then he took out his tablet and opened the legal files and got back to work. At 2:47 p.m., his door was knocked on softly. He opened it. Harry was standing in the corridor wearing the same two large clothes, but his hair was damp, he'd showered, and he had Hedwig on his shoulder, which apparently the owl had decided was a standard mode of transport. Conference calls at 3, right? Harry said. Right. Can I? He gestured. Can I actually come? Like you said. Said you could, yeah. Tony opened the door wider. Come in. Harry came in with Hedwig, who surveyed the suite with regal composure and then chose the windowsill as her station, apparently satisfied with the quality of the view. Harry sat down in the chair across from Tony's workstation, not sprawled, not casual, but properly sat, feet on the floor, elbows on knees, ready. Tony pulled the conference call up at exactly 3 o'clock, which was practically punctual for him. The screens filled with faces, Marcus Chen from Hargreaves International, who was 55 and gray-haired and had the reassuring quality of a man who had won very complicated cases in very difficult places, Helena Goldstein from Goldstein, Beach and Knott, who was 38 and sharp-faced and who Tony had decided within the first email exchange was the person he wanted in the room when this went in front of the Wisengamot, and Arthur Pemberton, Tony's main estate law contact at Richards, who handled all the transatlantic jurisdiction bridging. Tony introduced Harry, briefly, as his nephew and the primary client. Harry nodded at the screens with the composure of someone 20 years older. The call was an hour long. Tony talked. The lawyers talked. Numbers were confirmed. Legal strategies were sketched in outline, 3 parallel tracks, the Gringotts blood relation petition, the Ministry of Magic guardianship challenge, and the Muggle International estate claim. Helena Goldstein made clear that the wizarding track was the most complex, because Dumbledore's influence over the Wisengamot was substantial and would need to be addressed before they could get a fair hearing. He has friends everywhere, she said, with the frank neutrality of someone who had operated in that world long enough to know exactly what that meant. The chief warlock has recused himself already, conflict of interest, obviously, since he's Dumbledore, but several members of the Wisengamot owe Dumbledore political debts of various kinds. We'll need to build a coalition. Build it, Tony said. It will take time. It will take less time than Dumbledore thinks, Tony said, because he doesn't know about the Muggle track. He's going to be focused on managing the wizarding legal challenge. He's not going to be looking at what Hargreaves International is filing simultaneously in the European Court of Human Rights on the grounds of child welfare violations, or at what Chen's team is building in terms of an international banking compliance claim. He looked at Marcus Chen. The Muggle institutions don't know about magic and can't act directly on the wizarding elements, but they can and will act on the documented financial irregularities and the child welfare evidence. That's going to create external pressure on the ministry to take the wizarding case seriously. Helena Goldstein looked at him with an expression that was the legal equivalent of impressed but not wanting to show it. That's a sophisticated approach. I've fought on complicated terrain before. Tony glanced at Harry. Questions? Harry had been listening with complete attention throughout the call. He leaned forward slightly. Ms. Goldstein, he said, and everyone on the call gave him their attention, Helena most of all, who looked at him with something that recalibrated visibly from the polite attention you gave a client's child to the focused attention you gave someone who was about to say something worth hearing. You said Dumbledore has political influence over the Wizengamot. Does he also have influence over who sits on the bank's oversight board at Gringotts? Helena paused. He doesn't have formal influence there. The goblins are, famously independent. So the goblins are the most neutral ground. Arguably. Then shouldn't Gringotts be the first move? Not the last. He looked at Tony. If we go to the bank first, before Dumbledore knows exactly what we know, the goblins open the vault records themselves. Officially. And then the evidence is already documented by a party he can't pressure. Silence on the call. Marcus Chen made a sound that might have been a suppressed noise of appreciation. Helena Goldstein looked at Harry with wholly undisguised reassessment. Arthur Pemberton quietly wrote something down. Tony looked at his nephew and felt something he couldn't immediately name. Pride was part of it. But there was something else, the particular quality of looking at someone and recognizing yourself in them without the complicated grief that usually accompanied that recognition. He's right, Tony said. Gringotts first. Move the Gringotts meeting up, can we do it tomorrow? 8 o'clock, before the law firm meeting. Helena considered. I can make that work. I should mention, the goblins are going to want the genetic documentation. And they're going to want the blood relation to present in person. We'll both be there, Tony said. He glanced at Harry. Yeah. Yeah, Harry said. They ended the call at 4:15. Outside, London was doing the thing it did around 4 in October, which was beginning to go dark even though it was technically still afternoon, the sky settling into the particular amber grey of an autumn evening. Harry sat back in his chair. Hedwig had migrated from the windowsill to the arm of his chair at some point during the call and was now doing the owl equivalent of looking satisfied. Good call, by the way, Tony said. The Gringotts point. Harry shrugged, but the tips of his ears went slightly red. It seemed obvious. The obvious call is usually the right one. Most people miss it by overthinking. Tony closed his laptop. Are you hungry? I'm always hungry, Harry said, and then looked briefly surprised at himself for saying it so directly, like he'd forgotten for a second to keep it measured. Room service or go out? Harry looked at the menu on the desk with the expression of someone who had recently discovered that having options was a state that required practice. Room service, he said. Room service it is. They ordered. Room service arrived. They ate in front of Tony's workstation, which Tony had been using to pull together the documentary structure for the Gringotts petition, and Harry sat across the desk from him with pasta carbonara and looked at the screens. Can I ask something? Harry said. Anything. About Howard. My grandfather. He paused over the word, testing its weight. Do you think he actually cared? About my mum? Or was it just, he stopped. Tony was quiet for a moment. He thought about Howard. About what he knew of him, and what he'd suspected, and what the evidence of the trust document and the Gringotts file suggested about a man who had been, fundamentally, much better at building things than at talking to people. I think he cared, Tony said. I think he cared the way he cared about most things, at a distance, through institutions and mechanisms instead of directly, because direct was hard for him. I think he made the trust because he felt guilty and didn't know any other way to do something about it. He looked at the desk. It wasn't enough. But I don't think it was nothing. Harry nodded slowly. Did he care about you? Also at a distance, Tony said. Also through mechanisms. Also not quite enough. He looked up. But you're not going to get that from me. Just so we're clear. Harry looked at him. And this time there was no careful neutrality in it, no measured assessment. Just a kid looking at an adult who had said something real to him, and deciding whether to trust it. He decided. Okay, Harry said, quietly. And went back to his pasta. Somewhere outside, London was doing its London thing. Pepper was in the next room, probably on her 5th call of the evening. Hedwig was on the windowsill, watching the city with eyes that did not find it particularly impressive. And Tony Stark sat across a hotel room desk from the boy who was his nephew, eating room service pasta at 5 in the afternoon, and thought that some things, against all reasonable expectation, managed to become the thing they needed to be. He wasn't going to say that out loud. But he thought it. At 7 o'clock, there was a knock at the door. Not room service. Different knock, sharp, measured, authoritative. Tony opened it. The man on the other side was tall, with a long silver beard, half-moon spectacles, and wearing, because apparently this was a man who had decided against subtlety, full wizarding robes under a muggle overcoat that he had put on with the energy of someone attempting a disguise while simultaneously not caring whether the disguise worked. His eyes were blue and very sharp and had the particular quality of eyes that were accustomed to looking at situations and seeing 30 moves ahead. Albus Dumbledore looked at Tony Stark. Tony Stark looked at Albus Dumbledore. Behind Tony, Harry had gone very still. Mr. Stark, Dumbledore said, pleasantly. I believe we need to talk. Tony considered this for 1 second. Then he stepped back from the door, fully, making room, because closing the door on this particular conversation was going to accomplish approximately nothing and he knew it. Come in, Tony said. I've been expecting you. Dumbledore stepped into the suite. He glanced around, assessed, and then he looked past Tony to Harry, and something moved in his expression, not guilt, exactly. Not calculation, exactly. Something more layered than either. Something that had the texture of genuine affection tangled up with genuine certainty that everything he had done was right. Harry, he said. Harry looked back at him and didn't say anything for a moment. Then, Professor Dumbledore. The specific quality of Harry's voice when he said it, not afraid, not deferential, not even particularly cold, just, evaluating, made Dumbledore blink once. Please, sit down, Tony said, and sat down himself, in the chair behind the workstation, facing the room. Tell me what you came here to say. I'll save us some time by telling you that I already know most of it. Dumbledore sat. He folded his hands. He looked at Tony with those sharp blue eyes, and Tony looked back at him, and for a moment the two most formidably intelligent people in the room simply took stock of each other. You have, I imagine, reviewed a great deal of financial documentation, Dumbledore said. His tone was measured, warm, and careful, the tone of a man who was very good at controlling the temperature of conversations. And you formed understandable conclusions. But I want you to appreciate that the decisions I made were not simple, and the context, Tony said, is that you declared no living blood relatives existed for Harry Potter when one did, that you subsequently buried the documentation that would have proven that fact, that you appointed yourself guardian of a child who had living family and did so under emergency provisions that wouldn't have applied if the blood relation had been disclosed, and that under that guardianship you have spent a decade making financial decisions about his inheritance without his knowledge or consent. Tony paused. That is the context. Did I miss anything? Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. You are clearly a very thorough man. I am a very thorough man. Mr. Stark. Dumbledore's voice shifted slightly, not harder, but different. The warmth pulling back to reveal something more serious underneath. Harry is not simply a child. He is at the center of a magical situation of extraordinary danger. There is a prophecy. I don't care about the prophecy, Tony said. Dumbledore paused. I don't care about the prophecy, Tony said again. I care about a child who grew up in a cupboard while his guardian spent his inheritance on things his guardian decided were important. I care about a child who has a cracked pair of glasses because nobody has checked on him in 10 years. I care about those things. If you have something to say about the prophecy, say it to my lawyer. The room was very quiet. Dumbledore looked at Harry. Harry was looking back at him with those green eyes that were his mother's eyes, and there was nothing afraid in them. Harry, Dumbledore said, gently. I want you to understand that every decision I made was for the greater good. Harry said. Dumbledore stopped. People keep saying that, Harry said. They said it at school when the teachers didn't check on me. My aunt said it when she explained why I slept in the cupboard. She said it was for the best, for the family, for everyone. Everyone's always doing things for the greater good. He held Dumbledore's gaze. But nobody ever asked me. Dumbledore looked at him for a long moment. And Tony, watching, saw something genuine move across that ancient face, not quite remorse, but the closest thing to it that was probably available to a man who had been certain of his own rightness for a very long time. No, Dumbledore said, quietly. They did not. Tomorrow morning, Tony said, we're going to Gringotts. You're welcome to have your lawyers present, though I suspect they'll be outgunned. The day after that, we're filing the formal guardianship challenge with the ministry. He paused. I'd strongly suggest you start being very precise about your record-keeping from this point forward. Dumbledore stood. He looked at Tony, and his expression had changed, the certainty had modulated, not gone, never entirely gone, but complicated now by something it hadn't had when he walked in. You are very confident, he said. I'm Tony Stark, Tony said. Confidence is the least of your problems. Dumbledore looked at Harry one more time. I do care for you, Harry. Whatever you may come to believe. Harry nodded once. I know, he said. I think that's almost the worst part. Dumbledore left. Tony looked at the closed door for a moment. Then he looked at Harry. You all right? Harry was looking at the door too. Yeah, he said. He sounded like he mostly meant it. He's scared. Of what? Of losing control of it. Of whatever he's been building. Harry pulled his knees up to his chest in the chair. He built everything around me being a certain thing in a certain place. And now I'm not. He paused. He'll try something else. I know, Tony said. Let him. Harry looked at him. I've been waiting, Tony said, for someone to try something else since about 9 a.m. yesterday. I've got nothing but contingencies. And Harry Potter, in a hotel room in Mayfair on a grey Tuesday evening, for the second time that day, almost completely forgot to be careful and let himself smile. Chapter 3, Gringotts burns the ledger. The leaky cauldron at 7:45 in the morning was a different creature than it was at any other time of day. The evening crowd was legendary. Tony had read enough background material in the last 48 hours to know that much. But in the mornings it was quiet, populated only by the earliest risers and those who'd never quite finished the previous night, hunched over mugs with the particular 1,000-yard stare of people who had opinions about breakfast but lacked the energy to execute them. Tony walked in first. Then Harry, then Pepper, then Helena Goldstein, and behind her, 3 associates from Hargreaves International who had flown in overnight and were carrying briefcases that cost more than most people's cars. The leaky cauldron's barman looked up from where he was wiping down the counter, took in the group, and then took in Tony specifically, the jacket, the bearing, the complete absence of any sign that he found anything unusual about walking into a pub through a wall, and went very still. Diagon Alley, Tony said pleasantly. Through the back. "Air," said the barman. "Great," Tony said, and kept walking. Helena touched the correct bricks in the courtyard with her wand, and the archway opened with the slow, satisfying drama of something that had been doing this trick for centuries and knew exactly how impressive it was. Harry walked through behind Tony, and Tony heard him make a small sound, not loud, just the involuntary response of someone seeing something genuine for the first time. Diagon Alley in October, early morning, had a quality that Tony's analytical brain catalogued as operational before his aesthetic brain registered extraordinary. The shops were opening their shutters. An owl post office was already busy, birds banking in and out of an upper-floor window with the business-like efficiency of an actual postal service. A cauldron shop had its display in the window, stacks of pewter, copper, brass, the morning light catching the curves. A boy about Harry's age was arguing with his mother outside a robe shop. Harry was looking at everything with the systematic joy of someone who had suspected this place existed and was now confirming it, piece by piece. Later, Tony said, without breaking stride. "Gringotts first." "I know," Harry said, falling into step beside him. "I wasn't going to stop." "You were absolutely going to stop." "I was thinking about stopping." "Same thing." Pepper made a small sound that was not quite a laugh and not quite agreement and was both of those things. Gringotts rose at the end of the alley like something that had decided banking should look like a monument to the permanent impermanence of wealth. White marble, tall columns, the kind of architecture that communicated in a very specific way, your money is here, it is secure, and you are extremely temporary by comparison. Tony approved of the aesthetic even as he noted the two goblin guards flanking the entrance, who looked at the approaching group with the stone-faced impartiality of beings who had been assessing humans for centuries and had run out of surprises. They hadn't run out of surprises. The nearer guard looked at Tony, then at Harry, then at the briefcases, and then at Helena, who said something in what Tony assumed was gobbledygook because whatever she said made both guards straighten slightly. The door opened. Inside, Gringotts was doing what banks did, which was managing an extraordinary quantity of human anxiety about money while projecting an atmosphere of total calm. The main hall was high-ceilinged and pillared, lit with a chandelier of some kind of magical flame that was steady and golden and did not flicker. A long counter ran the length of the hall, behind which perhaps 30 goblins worked with the focused efficiency of creatures who found the concept of waste deeply offensive. One of them came forward as the group entered. He was older than the others at the counter. Tony could tell by something in the way the others deferred to his trajectory without looking up, and he had the kind of eyes that had watched a great deal of human history happen and had opinions about most of it. "Mr. Stark," the goblin said. "Not a question." His English was precise and carrying. "My name is Ragnarok. I am the Director of Heritage and Trust Disputes. You contacted us yesterday through Ms. Goldstein's office." "I did." Tony shook his hand. Ragnarok blinked once, which Tony suspected was the goblin equivalent of being significantly caught off guard. "This is Harry Potter." Ragnarok looked at Harry. Something moved across his face, fractional, but present. Harry held his gaze. Ragnarok gave him a slow, deliberate nod that had a quality Tony couldn't immediately categorize, somewhere between formal acknowledgement and something older and more weighted. "Mr. Potter," Ragnarok said. "We have been expecting this visit for some time." Harry blinked. "You have?" "The Bloodlock Vault has not been accessed in 11 years, Ragnarok said simply. "The goblins do not forget what waits." He turned. "Follow me." He led them not to the standard teller windows but through a side door, down a corridor that was all stone and torchlight and the deep, settled quiet of an institution that had been handling other people's secrets for a very long time, and into a conference room that was different from the main hall, smaller, warmer, fitted with a long table and chairs that had been designed for a range of sizes, including several that were human-sized and one that Tony suspected was for customers who were neither human nor goblin. Ragnarok gestured to the chairs and took his own at the head of the table. Two other goblins, younger, carrying ledgers, flanked him. Tony's team sat. Harry sat beside Tony. Pepper had her tablet. Helena's associates arranged their documents. It looked, Tony thought, like exactly what it was, a very serious meeting that one party had come into significantly better prepared than the other had anticipated. The blood relation petition, Ragnarok began, requires formal verification. Mr. Stark, you have the genetic documentation? Tony slid the folder across the table, physical copies, because he'd been informed that Gringotts did not do digital records and was not going to be persuaded otherwise. Magical and Muggle verification. The magical component was authenticated by 3 independent charm workers. I've included their credentials. The Muggle component is a standard forensic genetic analysis. Ragnarok opened the folder. He reviewed it with the speed of someone who read documents very fast and retained everything. He passed it to the goblin on his left without speaking. The subarchive holding, Tony continued, containing the original trust instrument from 1979. I'd like it retrieved and formally placed back into the primary index. Under what authority do you request the reclassification? Under the blood relation standing it establishes, Tony said. The document itself grants me standing. The fact that it was removed from the primary index while Albus Dumbledore was filing his guardianship declaration is a matter I'd like to address specifically. He paused. Who authorized the reclassification of the document to the subarchive? Ragnarok looked at him steadily. That is a question that touches on internal Gringotts administrative procedure. I know, Tony said. I'm asking anyway. The 2 younger goblins exchanged a look. Ragnarok held Tony's gaze for a moment, and Tony held his back, and something passed between them, the mutual recognition of 2 entities who were both fully aware that this question had a specific answer and that the answer was significant. The reclassification order, Ragnarok said finally, was filed under the same administrative instrument as Dumbledore's guardianship declaration. The instruction came from Ministry of Magic Administrative Offices. He paused. The specific signatory has not been independently verified by Gringotts. Which means, Tony said, that someone in the ministry, acting either under Dumbledore's instruction or their own initiative in support of his interests, buried the evidence that would have given me legal standing to contest the guardianship. Before the guardianship was finalized. That is one interpretation. Is there another? Ragnarok did not answer this, which was itself an answer. Helena leaned forward. Mr. Ragnarok, under the Gringotts banking code, the unauthorized reclassification of a document in a way that prejudices a blood relation claim constitutes a breach of the 3rd principle of heritage integrity, Ragnarok said, before she finished. Yes. He looked at the younger goblins again. Then back at Tony. Gringotts does not enjoy being used as an instrument of political convenience, Mr. Stark. We did not enjoy it in 1981 and we have not enjoyed the implications of that act in the years since. He set his hands flat on the table. We will provide you with the full file. One of the younger goblins left the room. Harry had been listening to all of this without speaking. He leaned close to Tony and said, very quietly, he's angry. Tony glanced at Ragnarok, who was reviewing another document. Yeah. About being used. Goblins have a thing about their integrity, Tony murmured back. It's one of the few things I genuinely respect about the entire wizarding institutional framework. That, and the dragons, Harry said. There are dragons? In the vaults, supposedly. Tony made a mental note to address the dragon situation at a later time and returned his attention to the table. The younger goblin returned with a box. Not metaphorically large, an actual box, of polished dark wood, sealed with a mechanism that involved a specific sequence of locking points. He set it on the table in front of Ragnarok. Ragnarok opened it. Inside was a stack of parchment documents, originals, not copies, and even from across the table Tony could see the age in them, the particular quality of very old paper that had been preserved with something more than ordinary care. Ragnarok lifted the top document, looked at it once, and then slid it across the table. Tony picked it up. It was the trust instrument. The original 1979 document, Howard's signature at the bottom, in the cramped, forceful hand of a man who wrote quickly and never looked back at what he'd written. And below it, in that hurried, slightly cramped script he'd recognized from the scan, Lily's handwritten clause. Her addition. Her amendment to Howard's original document, squeezing in the blood relation succession clause in what looked like the margin of the original draft. She'd written it in after. Modified it herself. Like she'd realized something needed to be added, a protection, a provision, a door left open for her son. She had written in the event of the signatory's death or incapacity, and she had been 21 years old, and she had been thinking about what would happen after. Tony set the document down. Across the table, one of Helena's associates was already photographing each page. The other was cross-referencing against a reference document with the focused efficiency of someone who had been paid a great deal to be good at this. The vault ledgers, Tony said. All three of them. The main Potter vault and the two subsidiary trusts that Dumbledore has been managing. Ragnarok produced 3 leather-bound ledgers from the box. He set them on the table without comment. Tony opened the first one. Pepper opened the second. She had her tablet synced to a spreadsheet, and she began entering figures with the precision of someone who had done this before and was going to do it comprehensively. Beside her, Marcus Chen's associate pulled out a calculator, which Tony noted with private amusement, because nobody in the wizarding world apparently knew that you could build an analytical architecture that would do this in 6 seconds, which he was going to remember later. The ledgers confirmed what Jarvis had extrapolated from the secondary data, and then went further. The main vault depletion was as calculated, 371 million rough equivalents, spent over a decade in regular increments. But the subsidiary vaults added another layer. The property trusts had been managed with similar creative accounting. Rental income from several Potter properties had been redirected to Dumbledore's various funds rather than deposited to Harry's accounts. That added up to another 60-odd million equivalent over a decade. And there was a third element that Jarvis had not found, because Jarvis had not had access to the physical ledgers. "What's this entry?" Pepper said, very quietly. She pushed the ledger toward Tony and pointed. Tony looked. It was a standing monthly disbursement, beginning in 1982, labeled simply Instrument for the Greater Protection, Monthly Maintenance. It went to an account registered under a reference number rather than a name. It was a small amount by the standards of the other transactions, the rough equivalent of a few $1,000s a month. But it had been running for 9 years without interruption. Ragnarok, Tony said. This account number. Who holds it? Ragnarok looked at the entry. Something in his expression went very flat, the controlled flatness of someone who was deciding how much to say. That account, he said, is associated with properties in Little Whinging, Surrey. Tony looked up from the ledger. The residence of the Dursley family, Ragnarok said, with precise care. Number 4 Privet Drive. The room was quiet. So he was paying them, Harry said. His voice was completely neutral. Dumbledore was paying them to keep me. Nobody answered him, because the ledger had already answered him. Not well, Pepper said softly. She was still looking at the numbers. The amount is, she paused. It's not nothing. But it's a fraction of what would have been appropriate. It's the amount someone would pay to cover expenses and ensure compliance. Not the amount someone would pay if they were actually providing for a child. Harry nodded once. He looked at the ledger for a moment. Then he looked at Tony. So he knew they needed to be paid to take me. Tony held his gaze. It looks that way. Harry looked back at the ledger. He was doing the thing, the processing, the cataloging. But something underneath the careful neutrality of it had changed. It was not hurt, exactly. It was something more like the specific quality of a person who has suspected something for a long time and has just watched the suspicion become documented fact, and is deciding what to do with that. Okay, Harry said. Can we open the third vault? The Bloodlock one. Ragnarok stood. Follow me. He led them out of the conference room, back through the stone corridor, past the main hall, and down. Down a second corridor, then a third, and the quality of the air changed as they went deeper, cooler, older, the smell of stone and time and the particular metallic quality of a great deal of concentrated wealth. They reached a door that was different from the others, not the standard Gringotts vault design but older, built into the raw rock of the tunnel wall, with a lock mechanism that was unlike anything Tony had seen in either Muggle or wizarding form. It was a plate of what appeared to be silver, smooth and unadorned, set into the rock face beside the door. No keyhole. No handle. Blood lock, Helena said quietly. Either of you, or both. Harry looked at Tony. Tony looked at him. Then Tony put his hand on the plate. Nothing happened for a moment. Then the plate warmed under his palm, not uncomfortably, just present, and a single line of light traced across it. Silver blue, like the arc reactor's light if the arc reactor had been made of something that predated electricity. Now you, Tony said. Harry put his hand beside Tony's. The light traced again. It moved between their palms, connecting them, and then the door made a sound that was less like a lock opening and more like something exhaling. It swung inward. Cool air moved out of the vault, and Tony felt it on his face, and he stepped back to let Harry go in first, because whatever Lily had left in here was for her son. Harry stepped through the door. The vault was smaller than Tony had expected. Not the cavernous gold-piled chambers he'd been braced for. It was the size of a large room, lit by the same steady magical flame as the main hall, and it held, not piles of coins, not heaping treasure. Things. Organized, deliberate things. A shelf of books along one wall, magical texts, with handwritten annotations on the spines in Lily's hand. A sealed case that held several objects Tony didn't recognize. A writing desk with a locked drawer. And in the center of the vault, on a stand, a sealed letter, thick parchment, sealed with a wax stamp, and written on the front in Lily Potter's handwriting, Harry James Potter. To be opened by him and no one else. Harry stood in front of it for a long moment. Tony stayed at the door. Harry reached out and picked up the letter. He turned it over in his hands, feeling the weight of it. Then he broke the seal with his thumb and began to read. Tony didn't watch his face. He looked around the vault instead, at the books, at the sealed case, at the careful organization of everything in here. Someone had put thought into this. Not just packed things away but arranged them, labeled them, made them into a gift that could be received without explanation. The gift of a woman who had known she was in danger and had done what she could about it in the time she had. He heard Harry draw a breath. Slow and controlled. Tony kept looking at the books. After a few minutes, Harry said, "She says," his voice was quiet, but steady. "She says she knows about Howard. She says she found out when she was 19. That Howard told her, when she was in New York. That she says he wasn't a bad man but that he was terrible at the things that mattered most." Harry paused. "She says she and your father never really had another pause. She says I know you have a Stark uncle and his name is Tony and you should find him if you ever need help." Tony turned and looked at him. Harry was holding the letter with both hands. His eyes were shining but dry. "She says she left him a letter too," Harry said. "Howard. She mailed it before," he stopped. Started again. "Before. She says she doesn't know if he got it. But she wanted him to know about me." Tony thought about the legacy files in Malibu. The digital archive of Howard's personal papers. All 43,000 documents, catalogued but mostly unread. "Jarvis," he said. Jarvis, who Tony had set up on a mobile relay before they left the hotel, answered through the earpiece in his left ear. "Already searching the personal correspondence archive, boss. Cross-referencing for anything from Lily Evans or Lily Potter. Found it. File dated September 3, 1981. Did Howard read it?" A pause. "The file has an access timestamp from September 12, 1981. He opened it 9 days after receiving it. 36 days before she died. Tony closed his eyes for 2 seconds. Then opened them. He knew, Tony said. About you. He knew, and then he died before, he stopped. He died 4 months later. Harry was very still. Then he looked back down at the letter. She says she doesn't need you to be angry on her behalf, he said. She says just, look after him. That's what she says. The vault was very quiet. Outside the door, Tony was aware of Ragnar, of Pepper and Helena and the associates, of the entire weight of the legal operation that had brought them here. All of it waiting, patient, present. He looked at his nephew standing in his mother's vault with his mother's letter in his hands, and he thought about Lily Evans, who had been 21 when she wrote this, who had known enough to build protections that reached 11 years forward in time, who had put her son's name on a vault that could only be opened by family. She was smart, Tony said. Yeah, Harry said. People always say that, but I never, he stopped. I never had anything that was actually hers before. He looked at the shelves. These books. These are her books. She wrote in them. You can take everything in here, Tony said. All of it. It's yours. Harry nodded. He folded the letter very carefully and put it in his jacket pocket, next to his chest. Then he looked at the sealed case. Then at the writing desk. Later, Tony said quietly. We'll come back with a trolley. Take our time. Harry nodded again. He looked around the vault one more time, the way you look at a place you know you're going to remember, and then walked back to the door. They went back up. In the conference room, what followed was 2 hours of the kind of legal work that was not dramatic but was enormously consequential, the formal logging of the blood relation documentation, the official return of the 1979 trust instrument to the primary Gringotts Index, the recording of Tony Stark's standing as blood relative and legal guardian, and the formal notice of dispute filed against the existing Dumbledore guardianship arrangement. Ragnar presided over all of it with the specific satisfaction of a creature who had been waiting for a decade to put something right without having the mechanism to do so, and who now had the mechanism and was using it comprehensively. At one point, during the recording of the vault inventory, one of the younger goblins produced a second ledger, a separate one, newer, and set it before Ragnar with an expression of meaningful quiet. Ragnar looked at it. Then at Tony. There is a complication, he said. Tony looked at him. What kind? A secondary claim. Ragnar opened the new ledger. Filed against the Potter family vault 3 months ago, under Wizarding Inheritance Law Provision 19C, which allows for the appointment of a second-tier estate manager in the event that the primary account holder remains inaccessible for more than a decade. Tony went very still. Who filed it? The filing is under the authority of the Hogwarts School Board of Governors, Ragnar said. The specific signatory, he turned the ledger, is Lucius Malfoy. Helena's pen stopped moving. Pepper looked up from her tablet. Harry's eyes had gone sharp. Malfoy filed a claim against my vault. Harry said. 3 months ago. Before you were formally accessible as an account holder, as you had not yet come of age for minor wizarding transactions. Ragnar's voice was entirely neutral, which made the content of what he was saying more alarming rather than less. The claim itself is procedurally weak, our legal team flagged it as such at the time. But a weak claim that goes uncontested for a period of 60 days becomes a default partial administration right under the same provision. How many days has it been? Helena asked. 87. Silence. So he got it, Harry said. He was looking at the ledger with the focused expression he got when he was thinking quickly. Malfoy has partial administration rights to my vault. Currently, yes. Ragnar paused. However, the activation of a direct blood relation claim, which is what we have been processing this morning, supersedes all secondary claims under the first principle of heritage integrity. Mr. Stark's formal claim, now registered, automatically invalidates Mr. Malfoy's administration rights. As of when? Tony asked. As of this morning's registration, the 60-day default is voided retroactively. Ragnock looked at Tony steadily. The complication is that Mr. Malfoy's filing was, as noted, procedurally weak. But it was not accidental. Someone knew that a claim filed 3 months ago would default before Harry Potter's first Gringotts visit at the start of term. Tony looked at him. Someone was timing it. It appears so. Malfoy was acting for someone. We have no evidence of that, Ragnock said. However, Gringotts is aware that Lucius Malfoy's relationship with certain parties of historical interest is not a matter of recent development. He closed the new ledger. We will formally expunge the secondary claim from the record this morning. Leave a copy of the original filing, Tony said. In the primary index. Ragnock looked at him. Evidence, Tony said. I want the documentation that the claim was filed, when it was filed, and who filed it. That's part of the pattern I'm building. Ragnock held his gaze for a moment. Then he gave one slow, deliberate nod. As you wish. Helena was writing rapidly. She looked up. The Malfoy connection to a coordinated effort to keep Harry financially inaccessible, that's a significant piece of the Wisengamot argument. It establishes that the guardianship arrangement wasn't just poorly managed. It was actively protected from the outside. Right, Tony said. And it tells us something about who else knew Harry was coming into his inheritance and tried to get ahead of it. Harry leaned back in his chair. He was looking at the table, but not seeing it, seeing something else, some configuration of pieces clicking into position. Dumbledore and Malfoy aren't allies, he said. Everyone looked at him. Malfoy follows you-know-who, Harry said. Or did. And Dumbledore fought him. So they're not working together. He looked at Tony. Which means 2 separate groups both decided, separately, to do something about my money before I could get to it. Tony held his gaze. And what does that tell you? That the money wasn't the real point, Harry said. For both of them, the money was secondary. What they actually wanted was control. Over what I know, what I have access to, what I can do. He paused. The vault wasn't just money. It was resources. Information. Leverage. Neither of them wanted me to have it. The conference room was very quiet. Ragnock looked at Harry with an expression that Tony was starting to recognize as the goblin equivalent of considerable respect. Mr. Potter, he said. You will, I think, make a very different kind of account holder than either of them anticipated. Harry looked at the ledger. Then at Tony. What now? Now, Tony said, gathering the documents, we go meet the lawyers. He stood. Helena's associates were already packing, organized, ready. Pepper had her phone out, already handling the next 14 things. Harry stood and tucked his chair in, and Tony noticed, the kind of detail that lodged in your chest, that it was the first time all morning Harry had done something that looked entirely like a kid and not like someone braced for what came next. Just tucking his chair in. Ragnock, Tony said at the door. The goblin looked at him. When this is over, the full legal process, the Wisengamot case, I'd like to discuss a formal relationship between Stark Industries and Gringotts. Tony paused. Not financial services. Research. Materials analysis, specifically. I've read enough about goblin metallurgy in the last 48 hours to know you're doing things with metal that Muggle science hasn't caught up to yet. Ragnock was still for a moment. Then, for the first time since they'd entered the bank, he smiled. It was a sharp smile, all teeth, and it was genuine. We will discuss it, he said. They left Gringotts at 11:15. Diagon Alley had filled up while they were inside, shoppers, students, the ordinary traffic of a Tuesday morning in Wizarding London, and Harry stepped out into it and stopped. Tony stopped beside him. I'm coming back here, Harry said. It wasn't a question. It wasn't even really a statement. It was a decision, made out loud, the kind that didn't need anyone's permission. Yeah, Tony said. With money. With a great deal of money. Harry looked down the alley, the shops, the people, the owl post office and the apothecary and the quality Quidditch supply store that he'd clearly been trying not to look at since they'd arrived. Can we, he stopped. Start it again. Can we actually come back this afternoon? After the law firm thing? The law firm thing is a conference at a hotel, which Pepper and Helena can handle without me for at least 2 hours. Tony put his hands in his pockets. Yes. We can come back. And Harry Potter grinned, fully, unguardedly, with his whole face, and looked up the alley with the expression of someone who had been told the world was a size he'd never imagined and was starting to believe it. They met Goldstein, Beach and Knott for lunch, which was working lunch at a private room in a wizarding establishment on the edge of Diagon Alley that served food Tony could only describe as aggressively hearty. Helena ran the meeting with focused precision, laying out the 3-track strategy and the morning's Gringotts findings, which had materially strengthened the case in several specific ways. The Malfoy filing was the new element. Helena had already been working the phones while they were leaving the bank, and she had 2 sources suggesting that the filing had been Dumbledore adjacent rather than Dumbledore initiated, that Malfoy had moved on his own, in the power vacuum created by Dumbledore's guardianship, which raised the question of whether Dumbledore had actually known about it. If he didn't know, Helena said, that's a useful data point. It means the arrangement he created was so opaque that even its secondary beneficiaries were able to exploit it without his knowledge. Which makes his claim of benevolent management even harder to defend. And if he did know? Tony said. Then it's conspiracy. She set her fork down. Either way, it helps us. Tony nodded. He was watching Harry at the other end of the table, who was eating with genuine enthusiasm. The food here was excellent, in the way that magical food apparently was, and Harry had discovered this fact and was applying it seriously, and simultaneously reading through the document that Helena had prepared as a case summary. Not skimming it. Actually reading it, with the focused, annotating attention of someone who intended to understand every element. Tony flagged it for later. He was building a picture of what Harry's education needed to look like, and the picture was getting more specific and interesting every hour. The Wizengamot Coalition, Tony said to Helena. Where are we? I have preliminary commitments from 3 members. 2 more who I expect to come around once the Gringotts documentation is formally public. She paused. The challenge is that a formal hearing requires a quorum, and Dumbledore still has enough influence to slow the scheduling if he chooses to. So we don't wait for him to choose, Tony said. We make the evidence public first. Not through the Wizengamot, through the press. He looked at Helena. What's the wizarding press landscape? Who's not in Dumbledore's pocket? Helena considered. The Daily Prophet leans establishment, which means it leans Dumbledore. But there's an independent publication, The Quibbler, and more importantly, there's Rita Skeeter at the Daily Prophet who is not in anyone's pocket so much as in her own pocket, and who will print anything that's sufficiently sensational regardless of the political implications. I don't want sensational, Tony said. I want accurate. Skeeter will print accurate if accurate is interesting enough. Helena paused. And 370 million missing from a war orphans vault is extremely interesting. Get me a meeting with her. Tony, Pepper said. Not a warning, just calibrating. Not yet, Tony agreed. After the formal filing. I want the legal framework in place before the press gets involved. Once the story is out, Dumbledore starts managing the narrative, and I want to be 3 moves ahead when that starts. He leaned back. But have the meeting ready. He looked back at Harry, who had finished both reading the document and his lunch, and was now looking at Tony with the expression of someone who had another thought. What? Tony said. The Hogwarts letters come soon, Harry said. September 1st is the start of term but the letters come in July. We're in October now. He paused. Dumbledore is headmaster. I know. If I go, do you want to go? Harry looked at the table. Yeah, he said. I do. I want to learn magic. Properly. He looked up. But I don't want to, he stopped. Tried again. I don't want to walk in there and be the thing he needs me to be. The boy who lived in the place he put me. Tony looked at him. Is that what you think would happen if we went through normal channels? I think it's what he'd try to make happen. So we don't go through normal channels. Tony looked at Helena. What are the Hogwarts governance arrangements? Who actually runs the school? Helena blinked. The Board of Governors has ultimate authority over appointments and admissions policy. The headmaster operates with significant autonomy but is technically accountable to the board. And who's on the board? 12 members. Currently, well, Malfoy is one of them. Malfoy won't be in a position to be useful to anyone by the time we're done with the vault case, Tony said. Who else? Several members who I believe are independent-minded, Helena said slowly, following Tony's thinking and clearly beginning to see where it was going. Augusta Longbottom. Griselda Marchbanks. Possibly Tiberius Ogden. Get me a meeting with Longbottom and Marchbanks. Tony looked at Harry. If you're going to Hogwarts, you're going as yourself. Not as the piece Dumbledore needs on the board. You go in with resources, information, and the full knowledge of who you are. He paused. And I'm going to have a conversation with the board about the terms of your enrollment that makes absolutely clear what Harry Potter's situation is and who's paying attention to it from outside. Harry held his gaze. And the careful, measured quality that had been in his expression all morning, the product of a decade of a world that had been consistently smaller than he deserved, shifted. Not disappeared. But moved aside, just enough for something more direct to sit there instead. They're not going to know what hit them, Harry said. Tony picked up his coffee. That, he said, is exactly the point. Outside the window of the private dining room, Diagon Alley hummed along, the ordinary magic of a world going about its business, unaware that the legal architecture supporting one of its most comfortable arrangements was currently in the process of being systematically dismantled by a billionaire with a grudge, a goblin with principles, and an 11-year-old with his mother's eyes and a letter folded against his chest. Ragnarok had stayed behind at Gringotts, which meant nobody saw him do something he hadn't done in 15 years. He pulled the original 1979 trust instrument from the box, looked at it for a moment, at Lily Evans's careful, hurried handwriting in the margin, and made a note in his personal ledger. Blood claim verified and restored. Justice, incomplete, but initiated. He closed the ledger. Then he went back to work. Chapter 4, The Letter and the Lightning. The Hogwarts letter arrived on a Thursday. Not to Privet Drive, Tony had filed a formal change of address notice with the Ministry's Magical Correspondence Registry the same day they'd left Surrey, a move that Helena had described as procedurally unusual but technically valid, and which Tony had described as obvious. The letter arrived at the Connaught, carried by a tawny owl that landed on the window ledge of Harry's room at 7 in the morning with the self-important bearing of a bird that knew it was delivering something significant. Harry was already awake. He'd been awake since 6, sitting cross-legged on his bed with one of Lily's annotated books open in his lap, a charms text, thick and worn, with Lily's handwriting in every margin in green ink. He'd been reading it for 3 days in every spare moment, not frantically but with the quiet focus of someone who had found a language they'd always suspected existed. He heard the tap on the window, opened it, let the owl in, and untied the letter. Thick parchment envelope, his name and current address written in emerald green ink. He turned it over. Hogwarts crest on the back, sealed in red wax. He stared at it for about 4 seconds. Then he knocked on the connecting door to Tony's suite. "Come in," Tony said, which meant he was already awake, which was less surprising now than it would have been a week ago. Harry had established that Tony operated on approximately 5 hours of sleep, a great deal of coffee, and a personal relationship with his work that other people might characterize as concerning but which Tony appeared to experience as completely natural. Tony was at his workstation in yesterday's clothes with 3 screens running. He looked up when Harry came in holding the letter. "Already?" Tony said. "It's October." "I know it's October, Tony looked at the envelope. "Usually don't they come in summer?" "Apparently they come whenever Dumbledore decides they come," Harry said, which was a sentence they'd both gotten used to as a general explanatory principle. He held the letter out. Tony took it, turned it over, looked at the seal. Then he handed it back. "It's yours. Open it." Harry opened it. There were 2 sheets, the standard letter of acceptance, which informed him in formal language that he had a place at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry beginning the following September, and a supply list, which covered robes, books, a standard cauldron, and a wand. Standard first-year material, as far as Harry could tell from what he'd read. What was not standard was the 3rd item that fell out when he unfolded the letter. A second, smaller envelope, sealed separately, with his name on the outside in different handwriting, older and slightly ornate. Mr. H. Potter, personal correspondence from the headmaster. Harry and Tony looked at this for a moment. "Open it," Tony said. Harry opened it. It was a letter from Dumbledore. Handwritten, 2 pages, the prose elegant and the tone warm in the way Dumbledore's voice was always warm, full of light that also functioned as shade. It welcomed Harry to Hogwarts. It expressed the headmaster's personal pleasure at Harry's forthcoming enrollment. It noted that Hogwarts looked forward to providing Harry with all the resources, guidance, and support befitting his extraordinary circumstances. And it ended with a gentle but unmistakable suggestion that Harry's current living arrangements, specifically his residence at the Connaught under the guidance of his newly identified Muggle uncle, while understandable, might benefit from reassessment as term approached. "It is my earnest hope," Dumbledore had written, "that as Harry prepares for this new chapter, he will find the transition most natural if approached through familiar channels and with those who have dedicated themselves, with the fullness of their hearts, to his well-being and protection." Harry read this paragraph twice. Then he looked at Tony with a very flat expression. "He's suggesting I move back to the Dursleys." Tony read over his shoulder and made a sound that could have been a laugh under other circumstances. "He is absolutely not getting that." He straightened up. "Don't respond to it. Let the lawyers respond to it." He was already moving toward his phone. "More importantly, the supply list. Let me see." Harry handed it over. Tony read through it. He had the expression he got when he was already calculating, the slight tension between the eyebrows, the way his eyes moved faster than the text. Madame Malkin's for robes. Ollivander's for the wand. Flourish and blots for books. He set it down. "We need to go back to Diagon Alley." "I know. Properly this time. Not 2 hours snatched between meetings." "I know," Harry said, and the warmth in his voice was unmistakable because he'd stopped being quite so careful about unmistakable warmth in the last week. Progress, Tony thought. Actual, measurable progress. "Today," Tony said. "We go today. Pepper's got calls but she can redirect, and Helena has the Wisingamot filing drafts back and she doesn't need me for the revision process." He looked at Harry. "Just us. We do the whole list. Wand, books, robes, anything else you want." Harry's expression did the thing, the involuntary brightness, and he nodded. "But first," Tony said, picking up his phone, "I have to make a call that I've been planning for 6 days and that is going to be enormously satisfying." He dialed. Harry didn't leave, which Tony had decided to treat as the correct call. Transparency was a policy he'd adopted with his nephew on day 2, partly because it was right and partly because Harry had a radar for condescension that was tuned to a frequency that would pick up even the softest signal. The phone rang twice. Then, stark. The voice was flat, official, deeply familiar, and irritated at the shape of its own name in Tony's contact list. "It's 6 in the morning. New York time," Tony agreed. "London's lovely, though. Nick, I need something from you." "You need something from me at 6 a.m. I need your wizarding liaison. A pause. Tony could hear, in the quality of that pause, Nick Fury performing a rapid inventory of everything he hadn't told Tony about what S.H.I.E.L.D. knew about the wizarding world, calculating how much Tony had found out on his own, and arriving at an estimate he found uncomfortable. My what? Your wizarding liaison, Tony said pleasantly. S.H.I.E.L.D. has one. Her name is, Jarvis. Agent Melissa Vance, Jarvis said through the earpiece. Assigned to S.H.I.E.L.D.'s Department of Extraordinary Affairs, operating as liaison between S.H.I.E.L.D. and the British Ministry of Magic since 2006. Another pause. Longer. I'm going to have a conversation with my intelligence team about their digital security, Fury said. You really should. Nick, I have a legal case in progress that is going to involve the British Ministry of Magic, the Wizengamot, and Albus Dumbledore. You are going to hear about this. When you do, I want to be clear about some things up front. Stark, Harry is not an asset, Tony said. The warmth dropped out of his voice entirely for those 4 words, leaving something very clean and very final. Whatever conversation you have been having internally about his abilities, his significance, his strategic value to S.H.I.E.L.D., he is my nephew, he is 11 years old, and he is not an asset. If anyone from your organization approaches him in any capacity without coming through me first, I will make the last time I was publicly angry at S.H.I.E.L.D. look like a press conference. A very long pause. Understood, Fury said, in a voice that had the quality of a man who was genuinely recalibrating rather than simply capitulating. Good. Tony's voice warmed back up. Now. The liaison. I don't need her as an intelligence resource, I need her as a facilitator. Ministry communication protocols, Wizengamot hearing procedures, the specific formal requirements for filing a cross-jurisdictional guardian dispute. Your person will have all of this, and it'll save my lawyers 2 weeks. A sigh that functioned as agreement. I'll have Vance contact Goldstein. Thank you, Nick. Tony hung up. Harry, who had been listening with the focused attention he brought to everything, said, he knows about me. He knows about the boy who lived in the general intelligence sense, Tony said. What he knows about you specifically, I'll find out. But it doesn't matter, because I've just put him on notice. He pocketed the phone. Nobody circles you. If someone wants to be in your life, they come through the front door. Harry was quiet for a moment. Then, what if I want to meet people on my own terms? Eventually. Tony looked at him. Then you do. I'm not building a cage, Harry. I'm building a perimeter, and there's a difference. One keeps you in. The other keeps the wrong people out until you're ready to decide for yourself. Harry absorbed this. He nodded slowly, with the specific quality of someone who was genuinely considering it rather than just accepting it. Get dressed, Tony said. Diagon Alley. They took the Range Rover to Charing Cross Road. Harry was in new clothes. Pepper had exercised her Harrods procurement with considerable precision, and Harry now owned things that fit him, which was a change so simple and so fundamental that Tony had quietly added it to the list of things he was angry about and set that list aside. The leaky cauldron at 10 in the morning was livelier than it had been at 7:45, and the barman, Tom, Harry had apparently already established his name, nodded at Harry with the recognition of someone who'd seen him twice now and was beginning to form opinions. Harry nodded back. Through the archway, into the alley proper. It was busier than it had been at the earlier hour. The quality of light was better too, the October sun doing what it could through the gap of the buildings, which was not much but was enough to catch the brass of the cauldron display and the colors of the robes in Madame Malkin's window. Harry moved through it differently than he had the first time, still looking at everything, still cataloging, but less like someone processing a foreign country and more like someone navigating familiar territory with new access. They hit Flourish and Blots first, because Tony had opinions about the order of operations. Books before clothes before the wand, which Harry had protested on the grounds that Ollivander's was further down the alley and it made more geographical sense to start there, and Tony had said they were doing books first because then Harry could carry the wand while shopping rather than the books, which Harry had accepted as logistically sound. Flourish and blots was exactly what a magical bookshop should look like, stacked to the ceiling, narrow aisles, books shelved in arrangements that followed a logic Tony had not yet decoded, several volumes that appeared to be moving or muttering, and a proprietary smell of old paper and something else, something warm, that was probably the magical equivalent of that thing old libraries did to new visitors. Harry went directly to the first-year textbooks. Tony led him, and walked the perimeter, because Tony Stark in a new information environment always walked the perimeter first. He scanned the sections: defense against the dark arts, transfiguration, charms, potions, astronomy, history of magic, herbology, and then the sections beyond the curriculum, which were where the interesting things usually lived. He pulled a book at random from a shelf marked Advanced Magical Theory and Application. The author was a Bathilda Bagshot, which was a name he recognized from the background reading he'd done on Dumbledore. She'd been a contemporary, a magical historian. The book was dense, the kind of dense that promised substance rather than padding. He added it to the basket. "You're buying yourself books," Harry said, appearing at his elbow. "Staying informed," Tony said. "You're buying yourself magical theory books. Do you want me to not understand the field your education is going to cover for the next 7 years?" Harry looked at the basket. Tony had 4 books in it already, none of them on the first-year list. Harry looked at Tony's face. Then he looked back at the shelves with an expression that managed to be simultaneously amused and resigned in a way that was purely 11 years old. "You're going to end up knowing more about magic than the teachers, aren't you?" "Probably not more than the teachers," Tony said. "But enough to know when the teachers are wrong." He handed Harry the basket. "Add whatever you want. Not just the list." Harry looked at the basket. Then at the shelves. Something lit up behind his eyes. He turned and disappeared into the stacks. He came back 20 minutes later with 8 books that weren't on the list. A history of Wizarding Britain that was clearly more comprehensive than the standard textbook, a book on magical creatures that he held with particular care, a slim volume titled Occlumency, Theory and Foundations that Tony earmarked mentally for a conversation later, and, sitting on top of the pile with the slightly self-conscious air of a book that knew it was conspicuous, a copy of Quidditch Through the Ages. Tony looked at it. "Research," he said. "Research," Harry agreed, with an absolutely straight face. Tony paid. The shopkeeper, a middle-aged witch with efficient hands and reading glasses on a chain, counted the books without comment until she reached Occlumency, Theory and Foundations, at which point she glanced up at Harry with an expression of brief, assessing surprise, and then continued without saying anything. They came out of the bookshop into the pale autumn sun and Harry immediately looked down the alley toward Ollivander's, which was the one he'd been pulling toward since they arrived. "Wand," Harry said. "Wand," Tony agreed. Ollivander's was narrow and dim and smelled of sawdust and something electric that Tony's skin registered before his brain did, a faint charge in the air that made the hairs on his arm lift slightly. The window display held a single wand on a faded purple cushion. The door, when they pushed it through, opened onto a space that seemed much larger inside than the exterior suggested, shelves rising to the ceiling in stacked rows of slim boxes. Behind the counter, appearing from some back region of the shop with the sudden completeness of someone who had simply materialized, was Garrick Ollivander. Tony had read about Ollivander in the background material. What he had not prepared for, because it was the kind of thing that didn't translate to text, was the quality of Ollivander's attention. He looked at you like he was reading you, not rudely, not aggressively, but with the total focused precision of someone whose specific professional skill was understanding what a person needed at the level below the level they were aware of themselves. He looked at Tony first. His silver eyes moved over him in about 3 seconds and apparently resolved to a specific conclusion that he kept to himself. Then he looked at Harry. "My," he said softly. "Harry Potter." He didn't say it with the breathless reverence that Tony had already started recognizing as the most suffocating version of Harry's fame. He said it with genuine recognition, the way you might say the name of someone you'd been thinking about for 10 years without knowing when they'd show up. "I wondered when you'd come." He looked at Harry's forehead, at the scar. I remember every wand I've ever sold. Including, the one that gave me the scar, Harry said. Even, without drama. Ollivander blinked at the directness and then adjusted. It was Voldemort's wand. I know. Yes. Ollivander held his gaze. 13.5 inches, you, phoenix feather. He moved behind the counter. And yours, well. We'll find yours. He looked at Harry thoughtfully. Wand arm. Right, Harry said, and held it out. What followed was 30 minutes of something that Tony had prepared himself to be skeptical about and found he was not. Ollivander moved through the shelves with the confidence of a man whose memory was his most important professional tool, pulling boxes, presenting wands, watching Harry hold each one with eyes that were reading something Tony couldn't see, some combination of the wand's response and Harry's response and the interaction between them. Most wands produced nothing. A few produced small but incorrect things, a shower of red sparks from a beech and unicorn hair, a discordant harmonic hum from an ebony and dragon heartstring, a warm glow from a maple and phoenix feather that Ollivander shook his head at and put aside. Tony watched from near the door. He had his tablet out, ostensibly reading, actually watching. He was paying attention to Harry, specifically, to the way he held each wand. Not performing. Actually feeling for something, with the focused, patient approach he brought to everything, the approach that Tony recognized from his own early years of trying to understand something new, that specific internal quality of waiting to feel where the thing clicked. The 22nd wand was holly. 11 inches. Ollivander presented it without commentary, just held it out. Harry took it. He held it for a moment and then something happened in the room that was not describable in purely physical terms but which Tony registered as a shift, the air changed, or the quality of the light changed, or some baseline variable in the environment adjusted by a small but significant margin. A warm wind moved through the shop from nowhere, lifting the dust from the nearest shelves, and the box on the counter rocked gently. Holly and phoenix feather, Ollivander said, quietly. He was looking at Harry with an expression that had gone very still. 11 inches. Supple. He paused. Curious. Very curious. Harry looked at him. You said curious before. About Voldemort's wand. Because the phoenix whose feather sits in your wand gave only one other feather. Ollivander held his gaze. One other feather. Which sits in he who must not be named's wand. Tony looked up from his tablet. Harry processed this. They're connected, he said. They are brothers, in a sense. Ollivander's voice was careful. What this means for you, Mr. Potter, is something only time will illuminate. But I want you to understand, this wand chose you. Specifically. In all the years I have worked in this shop, he stopped. Started again. The wand chooses the wizard, Mr. Potter. It is not chance. Harry looked at the wand in his hand. Tony could see him turning over the information, storing it, contextualize it, adding it to the inventory of things about himself that he was building with the systematic care of someone who had been given very little information for a very long time and was now receiving a great deal at once. How much? Harry asked. 7 galleons, Ollivander said. Tony paid it. Ollivander handed over the box and looked at Harry one last time with that silver-eyed directness. I think we can expect great things from you, Mr. Potter. He paused. It was your mother, you know, who purchased the first wand she ever held from this shop. She came with her sister. Her sister had no magic. But Lily Evans, something moved in the old man's expression, not quite grief, something older and more settled. Willow, 10.25 inches, swishy. Excellent for charms work. He looked at Harry's wand. Holly is less obvious than Willow. But Holly has always been associated with protection. Tony watched Harry walk out of Ollivander's with the box in his hand and his wand slid up his sleeve because he'd refused the box, claiming the box was impractical. He watched him turn the wand in his fingers once, getting the weight of it, and then slip it into the wand holster Tony had bought at an accessories shop 2 doors down from Flourish and Blots while Harry was in the stacks, specifically because Tony had decided immediately that his nephew was going to have a proper holster and not carry a wand rattling loose in a pocket. Harry had said thank you when he'd been handed the holster. He'd said it the way he was still learning to say thank you, directly, without the studied minimalism he used for things he was afraid to want too much. They did robes at Madame Malkin's. Harry got fitted, proper robes, the right size, which Madame Malkin managed without comment. The shop was also occupied by a boy about Harry's age with white blonde hair who was being fitted on a second stand and who had the specific quality of someone accustomed to being the most important person in any given room. The boy looked at Harry. Then at Tony. Then back at Harry. "You're Harry Potter," he said. Not with awe, with assessment. "Yeah," Harry said. "I'm Malfoy. Draco Malfoy." He said the name the way people said names they expected to land, and then he looked at Harry with the expression of someone extending a specific kind of social invitation, the kind that came with terms attached. "You'll be starting Hogwarts in September." "So will I." He glanced at Tony with calculated curiosity. "Is that Tony Stark?" "Also yes," Harry said. Draco processed this. Tony watched him recalibrate in real time. The boy was not unintelligent, whatever else might be said about him. "My father has mentioned your name recently," Draco said, to Tony, with the careful neutrality of someone passing information they knew would be received. "I'm sure he has," Tony said pleasantly. Draco looked back at Harry. "You should be careful," he said, with the specific tone of someone offering advice that was also a demonstration of superior knowledge. "About who you make friends with at Hogwarts." "The wrong sort, I'll figure out my own friends," Harry said. Equally pleasant. Entirely unbothered. He wasn't dismissive, he was just clear, the way someone who had sorted their own shoes since they were 6 and their own everything since before that was clear about the logistics of their own life. Draco blinked. "Right," he said, after a moment. "But thanks," Harry added, without sarcasm. They finished the fitting and left the shop. Tony said nothing about the exchange. Harry said nothing about the exchange. After half a block, Harry said, "His father's the one who filed the claim on my vault." "Yes. He doesn't know that." "No." Harry was quiet for a moment. "He's not necessarily a bad person," Harry said. "He might just be what he was raised to be." Tony looked at him. "That's a generous read for someone who just tried to tell you who to be friends with." "Everyone tells me who to be. Doesn't make them a bad person, just," Harry shrugged. "Premature." Tony stored that away. He was doing a lot of storing with Harry, observations that needed time to settle before he knew what to do with them. They stopped at the Quidditch supply shop because Harry had been controlling the gravitational pull toward it for the entire morning and Tony decided the controlling had gone on long enough. Harry walked in, looked at the broomsticks on the ceiling mounts, and stood under a Nimbus 2000 for approximately 45 seconds before looking at Tony with an expression of perfect composure that was doing absolutely nothing to conceal the want underneath it. Tony bought him the broomstick. Harry looked at it. Then at Tony. "You can't bring personal broomsticks to Hogwarts in first year," he said. "I read it in Hogwarts, a history. First years aren't allowed." "So you've told me a rule that applies at Hogwarts," Tony said. "What does that have to do with having a broomstick in the meantime?" Harry took the broomstick. In the days that followed, Tony had 3 meetings that needed to happen before September. The first was with Augusta Longbottom and Griselda Marchbanks of the Hogwarts Board of Governors, arranged by Helena and held at a private wizarding dining room in the alley. Both women were older, direct, and had arrived with the specific energy of people who had been waiting for someone to bring this case and were frustrated it had taken this long. Augusta Longbottom had a handbag that she'd set on the table like a weapon, and she'd looked Tony over once with the efficiency of a woman who had survived 3 generations of political upheaval and was not easily impressed. Then she'd apparently decided he was serious, and she'd leaned forward and gotten down to it. Marchbanks was quieter but sharper, an examiner by trade. She'd run the Wizarding Examinations Authority for decades and she read documents the way other people read maps, finding the geography of them instantly. She'd gone through the Gringotts ledger copies in 12 minutes and then looked up and said, with remarkable simplicity, "This is a crime." "Several crimes," Tony agreed. "The board was never consulted about the guardianship arrangement," Augusta said. "We weren't consulted about Harry Potter's circumstances at any point. Dumbledore presented the situation as resolved and we, I am embarrassed to say, accepted it." She looked at Harry, who had been invited to the meeting at Tony's insistence and who sat at the corner of the table with the contained, ready quality of someone who belonged there. "Mr. Potter. I owe you a more attentive governance body." "You're being attentive now," Harry said. "That's what matters." Augusta looked at him for a moment, and something shifted in her expression. "You are considerably more composed than I would be in your position." "I'm angry," Harry said. "I'm just also busy." Marchbanks made a sound that was definitely a laugh. They discussed the specific question of Harry's Hogwarts enrollment, not whether, but how. What protections needed to be in place, what the board's oversight looked like, what relationship Tony would maintain with the school's administration in the context of the ongoing legal case. Marchbanks raised the question of Dumbledore's position as headmaster during the period of the case, and Tony raised it back at her. "Can the board suspend his executive function during active legal proceedings?" Tony asked. "Technically," Augusta said carefully. "But Dumbledore has allies on the board, and we would need a majority. Currently," she paused. "Malfoy's seat is about to become complicated," Tony said. "When the vault case formally files next week, Malfoy's secondary claim against Harry's accounts becomes part of the public record. A sitting governor who has attempted to access a student's inheritance is going to have a difficult time arguing for continued board membership." Marchbanks looked at Helena. "Is that filing date confirmed?" "Tuesday," Helena said. Augusta tapped the table once. "I'll start the conversations." The second meeting was with the Ministry of Magic, specifically with the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, a woman named Amelia Bones who had been described to Tony by Helena as incorruptible, which was a word Helena used with the reverence of someone who didn't encounter the thing it described very often. Bones met Tony and Helena in a ministry conference room that had been clearly designed to be impressive and was instead merely functional, which Tony privately approved of. She was a square-jawed woman with a monocle and the unhurried manner of someone who had decided long ago to go at her own pace because her own pace turned out to be faster than most people's anyway. She reviewed the documents without speaking for 20 minutes. Then she looked up. "The reclassification of the trust document," she said. "In 1981. You're suggesting this originated from within the ministry." "I'm showing you the signature on the reclassification order," Tony said. "You know better than I do whose that is." Bones looked at the document again. Something in her jaw tightened fractionally. "This will require investigation," she said. "An internal investigation. Which is, not a rapid process." "I don't need it to be rapid," Tony said. "I need it to be real." She looked at him. "Why should I trust that your interest in this is what you say it is? You're a Muggle billionaire who has appeared in the wizarding world for the first time 2 weeks ago with an army of lawyers and a blood relation claim to the most famous child in our world. You could be here for any number of reasons." Tony leaned forward slightly. "Because I have enough money to not need more money, which removes the most common motive. Because I have legal standing that I'm using transparently rather than quietly, which removes the covert motive. And because I have a nephew who spent 10 years in a cupboard while the most respected man in your world spent his inheritance and nobody checked on him." He paused. "Tell me which part of that sounds like a man with a hidden agenda." Bones held his gaze for a long moment. Then she nodded once. "I'll open the investigation," she said. "Quietly, for now." "Quietly is fine," Tony said. "Until Tuesday." The third meeting Tony had not planned. It found him. He was in the hotel bar on a Sunday evening, Pepper was upstairs on calls, Harry was in his room with Hedwig and his mother's charms textbook, and Tony was at a corner table with a scotch he was mostly ignoring and a tablet he was mostly using, when someone sat down across from him. She was small, energetic, with hair the color of a fire that had decided to be ambitious, and she put both elbows on the table and looked at him with the bright, compressed attention of someone who was about to ask a great many questions and didn't plan to warn him first. "Tony Stark," she said. "Molly Weasley. I'm one of the volunteer liaisons for the Hogwarts Parent-Guardian Network, which is a completely informal arrangement but has been meeting in various forms for about 15 years. I'm also the mother of 4 boys who'll be attending Hogwarts concurrently with Harry, including one who's his year." Tony looked at her. "And you found me how?" "Augusta Longbottom mentioned you'd be in London. We move in the same wizarding social circles." She folded her hands. "I'm not here to interfere. I'm here because I've been concerned about Harry Potter for years, Mr. Stark, and I never had anyone to be concerned to. Several of us have been. And I wanted you to know that when Harry starts at Hogwarts, he has people who will look out for him. Not for what he represents. For him." Tony looked at her for a moment. She had the quality, rare, genuinely rare, of someone who was telling the exact truth. No angle. No agenda. Just someone who had been worried about a kid she'd never met for 10 years because worrying about kids was what she did. "Ron," he said. "That's the son in Harry's year." "Ronald, yes. Though he goes by Ron." She paused. "He's been talking about Harry Potter since he could talk. I want you to know that I've always told my children that the name doesn't tell you about the person." "Good advice," Tony said. "My husband Arthur would love to meet you, incidentally. He's fascinated by Muggle things. You might find it exhausting." "I find most things exhausting," Tony said. "But I generally find them interesting first." Molly Weasley looked at him with the clear-eyed assessment of a woman who had raised 6 children and consequently had no capacity left for being fooled by people who were pretending to be harder than they were. She nodded, apparently satisfied. "I'll have Arthur owl you," she said, and stood up. "Take care of that boy, Mr. Stark." "I intend to," Tony said. She left. Tony looked at the scotch for a moment. Then at the tablet. Then he picked up the scotch. Tuesday came. Helena filed. It went into the Wizarding legal system at 9 in the morning and into the Muggle International system at 9:02, the 2 filings timed precisely to go in simultaneously so that neither system could act on the other's delay. By 11, Tony had confirmation from Gringotts that the blood relation documentation had been entered into the official ministry registry, which meant it was now a matter of public record. By noon, the Daily Prophet had a copy of the Gringotts ledger summary. Rita Skeeter, to her credit, understood the story immediately and filed her piece for the Thursday edition with a speed that suggested she'd been sharpening the pencil for years. By 3, Tony's phone had received calls from the Ministry of Magic's press office, 3 members of the Wisengamot he hadn't yet spoken to, 2 British newspapers, the BBC, Lucius Malfoy's solicitor, and, last on the list, the one he'd been expecting, an owl from Hogwarts, formal and sealed and bearing Dumbledore's handwriting. He didn't open it immediately. He set it on the desk and looked at it. Then he went to get Harry because Harry deserved to be in the room when the response to the opening move arrived. Harry read the letter standing at the desk, leaning forward with his wand in his right hand. He'd taken to holding it the way some people held a pen when they were concentrating, not doing anything with it, just present. He read Dumbledore's letter in about 90 seconds and then set it down. "He wants a meeting," Harry said. "He wants a meeting at Hogwarts," Tony said. "On his ground. He says the legal process, while he understands my perspective, risks destabilizing important protective enchantments that safeguard the wizarding world. He says that, yes." Harry looked at the letter for a moment. Then, "He's scared." "You said that before." "I meant it before, and I mean it now." Harry straightened up. "But now he's a specific kind of scared. He's scared because the protective enchantments he's talking about are real. He actually believes the whole prophecy, strategy, Voldemort returning. He thinks if he loses control of the situation, people die. He paused. And he might be right about that. Tony looked at him. Are you suggesting we slow down? No. Harry met his eyes directly. I'm suggesting that when we meet him, and we will, because this ends in a room with him, I get to be in that room and I get to say something. He paused. Not just as your nephew. As me. Tony held his gaze for a moment. Done, he said. He wrote back to Dumbledore. Not at Hogwarts. The meeting would be in London, at a location of Tony's choosing, with legal representation present from both sides and a formal agenda. And Harry Potter would be in the room. The owl took the letter. Tony watched it fly from the window into the London afternoon, banking south toward what he imagined was the general direction of Scotland. Tony, Harry said. He turned. Harry was standing at the window with the wand still in his hand, and the October light was doing something to him, catching the green of his eyes, the dark mess of his hair, the set of his jaw that was absolutely his mother's, and Tony thought about Howard, who had made the trust and never talked to anyone, and about Lily, who had written the letter and left the vault and tried to open a door 11 years forward in time. I've been practicing, Harry said. With Mum's books. I know, Tony said. Not just reading. Actually, he turned to face the window, raised the wand, and said something quiet that Tony didn't catch. The window misted over on the inside, a controlled bloom of frost forming at the corners and drawing inward, and in the center of the frost, with the precision of something intentional rather than accidental, formed the shape of a lily. 5 petals. Clean lines. Harry held it for 2 seconds. Then lowered the wand and the frost dissolved. He looked at Tony. Tony looked at the window, where the faint ghost of the frost was still evaporating. She made notes about that one specifically, Harry said, quietly. In the margin. She wrote this was the first one that felt like mine. The room was very quiet. Tony set his phone down on the desk. Tomorrow, he said, we're going to hire a private tutor. Wizarding, with the right credentials, to supplement whatever you're learning from the books. You've got 10 months before September. That's enough time to be properly prepared. Harry looked at him. Hermione Granger, he said. Tony blinked. Who? I read ahead in the Hogwarts register. Helena had a copy for the board meetings. There's a girl, Muggle-born, first year, who's already been to Diagon Alley 3 times since her letter came. She bought 43 books. He paused. She wrote essays on all of them and owed them to the school to confirm her interpretations. Tony stared at him. She's 11. She's 11 and she owed essays to the school. Harry's expression was entirely serious. She's going to know more about magical theory by September than half the second years. She should be part of this. Tony thought about this for approximately 4 seconds. You want to meet her before school starts. I want to learn with someone who's going to take it seriously, Harry said. And I think he stopped. Tried again. I think she might be. I haven't really had a friend before. A real one. He said it plainly, without making it small or large, just factual. I think she might be that. Tony picked up his phone. Jarvis, he said. Already finding her contact information, Jarvis said. Harry blinked at the phone. He still did this, the slight start every time Jarvis produced something that demonstrated he'd been listening throughout. He was listening. He's always listening, Tony said. In the helpful way, not the surveillance way. There's a difference. There really isn't, Jarvis observed. Nobody asked you, Tony said, without heat. He looked at Harry. I'll reach out to her parents. Muggle-born, which means her parents are Muggles, which means there'll be a standard introduction process for, they're dentists, Harry said. Tony looked at him. How do you know that? Helena's file was thorough. You read the whole first-year register. I read everything you gave me access to, Harry said, simply, as if this were the only reasonable thing to do when given access to information. I had time. The hotel's quiet in the mornings. Tony looked at his nephew, this boy who had spent a decade being given nothing and had developed, in the absolute absence of resources, an absolute commitment to using every resource available the moment it arrived. This boy who had read his mother's books cover to cover in a week, who had asked the right question in a legal conference room, who had looked at Dumbledore's letter and named the man's fear with the precision of someone who had been reading rooms since he was old enough to need the skill. Right, Tony said. I'll contact the Grangers. He was halfway through dialing when the window rattled. Both of them looked at it. Not wind, the evening was still. Another rattle, deliberate. Harry moved to the window and opened it. A large eagle owl swept in, landed on the desk with decisive authority, and extended its leg. Attached to it was not a letter but a small package, and on the package, in very neat handwriting, was written, for Harry Potter, from the offices of Gringotts Bank, Heritage and Trust Division, Director Ragnarok. Harry untied the package. Inside was a small box and a folded note. Harry read the note. Then he opened the box. It held a ring, heavy, old gold, with a crest Tony recognized from the documents as the Potter family seal. An heirloom ring. The kind that passed from generation to generation, and which the Gringotts records had listed among the effects locked in the main vault that Dumbledore's administration had never formally inventoried as Harry's personal property. The note, in Ragnarok's precise hand, read, "This belongs to you. It has been held in the Heritage Vault since 1981 pending your formal claim. As that claim is now verified and registered, Gringotts returns it with the regards of the Heritage and Trust Division. The other items will be available at your convenience." Harry held the ring in his palm. He looked at it for a long moment. Then he put it on. It fit as if it had been waiting for him, which, Tony supposed, it had been. Harry held his hand out and looked at the crest. Then he looked at Tony. "Okay," he said, in a voice that was quiet and entirely certain. "Let's go meet Dumbledore." Tony Stark looked at the boy with the Potter ring on his hand and his mother's wand on his wrist and the light of London in his eyes, and thought that some things, against all reasonable expectation, arrived exactly when they were needed. "Let's go meet Dumbledore," he agreed. Chapter 5, First Year, No Rules. September 1st arrived the way important days tended to, ordinary on the outside, enormous underneath. King's Cross at 10:30 in the morning was doing its standard Tuesday business, the main concourse moving with the particular organized chaos of a major London terminus, trolleys and announcements and the smell of diesel and terrible coffee from the upper-level café. Harry walked through it with his trunk on a trolley, Hedwig's cage balanced on top, the Potter ring on his right hand and his wand holster buckled against his left forearm under his jacket. Tony walked beside him. Pepper had come to King's Cross too, because Pepper had decided she was coming to King's Cross, and Tony had learned over the last 11 months, which was how long it had been since October, 11 months of legal filings and tutor sessions and Gringotts visits and one spectacular Wisengamot preliminary hearing that Helena described as going better than expected and Tony described as going exactly as planned, that when Pepper decided something, the universe generally found it easier to agree. She was on her phone. She was always on her phone. But the hand that wasn't holding the phone was resting on Harry's shoulder, briefly, as they walked, the way she did when she wanted to communicate something without making it a conversation. Harry had gotten very good at receiving that kind of communication. "Platform 9 and 10, Harry said, looking at the signs. "Which means, between them," Tony said. "Right." Harry stopped his trolley in front of the barrier between platforms 9 and 10. He looked at it. It was a solid brick wall doing absolutely nothing to suggest it was anything other than what it appeared to be. "Jarvis mapped the entry point last week," Harry said. "Walk through confidently, don't stop." "Don't stop," Tony agreed. "You're not coming through," Harry said. "Not a question." "No." Tony looked at him. They'd discussed this, the mechanics of it, but also the other part of it. Platform 9 3/4 was wizarding space, and Muggle entry required either a wizarding escort or certain complications that Tony had not bothered with because he'd decided a month ago that the thing Harry needed most from this moment was the experience of walking through that wall on his own terms. "I'll be at the other end. Hogsmeade Station, I'll meet the train." Harry looked at him. "You're coming to Scotland." "I'm driving to Scotland." "You flew to Scotland yesterday to check the route." "I like to know the terrain." "You flew to Scotland in a suit," Harry said, "to look at a train station." "The suit is very fast," Tony said. Harry looked at him for a moment with the expression he reserved for Tony's most transparently non-subtle moments, fond, slightly exasperated, the expression of someone who had spent 11 months learning that Tony Stark's version of not making a big deal of something was to make the specific kind of big deal that could be plausibly denied. Then he looked at Pepper. "He's going to stand outside the barrier the whole time the train is moving, isn't he?" "He absolutely is," Pepper said, without looking up from her phone. "I'm going to drive to Scotland," Tony said. Leisurely. Like a normal person. "You don't know how to be a normal person." "I've been practicing." Harry grinned. Fully, without guarding it. He'd been doing that more, the full grin, the unguarded kind, the one that knocked the careful off his face and left something that was just 11 years old and genuinely happy. Tony had been collecting them the way other people collected data points, not because he needed to track them but because they were the best evidence he had that the last 11 months had been doing what they were supposed to do. He held out his hand. Harry looked at it for half a second, then gripped it, a proper handshake, man to man, which was what Tony had offered and Harry had understood without it being explained. "Don't burn the school down," Tony said. "I make no promises," Harry said. "Fair." Tony let go. "Go." Harry turned to the barrier. He squared his shoulders, not because he was scared, Tony knew, but because he was doing the thing he did before he walked into anything new, the moment of precise internal calibration that was as natural to him as breathing and that Tony recognized from his own mirror. Then he walked forward and the barrier received him and he was gone. Tony stood looking at the solid wall for 3 seconds. Then he turned and walked back through King's Cross to the car park, got into the Aston Martin he'd driven down, which was not the Range Rover and was not inconspicuous, but Tony had decided 11 months ago that inconspicuous was a temporary strategy and he was done with it, and pointed it north. The Hogwarts Express arrived at Hogsmeade Station at 5:30. Tony was there before it. He'd driven fast, not irresponsibly fast, just at the outer edge of what the A9 permitted, which was enough, and parked at the edge of Hogsmeade Village in a spot that gave him a clear line of sight to the station platform. Jarvis had confirmed the train's position via a combination of British Rail network data and a rather elegant piece of triangulation that Tony hadn't explained to anyone. He watched the train pull in. Steam, noise, the controlled chaos of several hundred children disembarking with trunks and owls and cats and the accumulated energy of a 6-hour journey. He scanned the platform from the car. Looking for, not the scar, not the glasses. The bearing. The way Harry moved. He found him in about 30 seconds. Harry came off the train in the middle of a group, 2 boys and a girl, and Tony recognized one of the boys immediately from Molly Weasley's description, because there was only one family in the wizarding world apparently capable of producing hair that precise shade of red. Ron Weasley. Walking beside Harry with the easy physical confidence of someone who had decided on friendship immediately and had no subsequent doubts about it. And on Harry's other side, moving with the focused efficiency of someone who had places to be and a schedule to keep, a girl with large hair and a very serious expression and a stack of books under one arm that suggested she had not trusted them to the luggage car. Hermione Granger. Tony had met her in August. She'd arrived at the Connaught with her parents, her father a compact, precise man who shook hands like he meant it, her mother warm and immediately concerned with whether Harry was eating enough, which she had apparently assessed within 45 seconds, and she and Harry had sat across from each other at the hotel table with the mutual wariness of 2 people who had been told they'd get along and were cautiously testing the hypothesis. The hypothesis had been confirmed within about 20 minutes, when Harry had asked her a question about the switching spell theory from a book Lily's vault had contained, and Hermione had said, with considerable precision, that Harry's interpretation was correct but that there was a secondary application that the book's author had overlooked, and had produced her own annotated copy of the same book from her bag. After that, Tony had largely left them to it. He watched Harry cross the platform. Watched him stop to help a small, round-faced boy who had apparently lost his toad. The boy looked like he was about 5 seconds from tears, and Harry found the toad under a trolley without making a production of it and handed it over with the matter-of-fact warmth of someone who had never had the luxury of not noticing when someone else needed something. The round-faced boy, Neville, Harry had mentioned a Neville, clutched the toad and looked at Harry with a gratitude that was slightly overwhelming for the situation, and Harry just nodded and kept moving. Tony watched all of this from the car. Then Harry looked up, across the platform, across the street, and found the Aston Martin immediately, because Harry had learned Tony's cars by instinct the same way he'd learned everything else Tony adjacent, by paying close attention. He raised one hand. Half a wave, half acknowledgement. Tony raised his in return. Harry disappeared toward the carriages that would take the students up to the castle. Tony sat in the car for a moment. Then he got out and walked into Hogsmeade, because there was a pub at the end of the main street and the drive had been long, and he promised himself one drink before driving to the Three Broomsticks where Helena had booked him a room, because proximity to the school had been a deliberate choice and nobody at Hogwarts yet knew just how deliberate. He was on his second drink and reviewing the latest Wisengamot filing update on his tablet when a large tabby cat jumped up onto the bar stool next to him, sat down with the dignity of something that had always owned every room it entered, and looked at him with very square spectacle markings around its eyes. Tony looked at it. "Hello, Professor McGonagall," he said. The cat blinked. Then the air beside the stool shifted in a way that Tony's eyes had gotten better at registering over the last year, and a tall witch in dark green robes was sitting where the cat had been, her expression carrying the particular quality of someone who had intended to observe undetected and was recalibrating. "Mr. Stark," she said. "Professor." He offered his hand. She shook it, crisply. "Deputy Headmistress. Head of Gryffindor House. Transfiguration teacher, apparently extremely good at it." He nodded at the stool. "Can I get you something?" McGonagall looked at him steadily. She had the specific kind of face that had been serious for so long that the seriousness had become its own kind of warmth, the warmth of someone who was deeply fair, and deeply consistent, and who you would always be able to find in exactly the place they said they'd be. Tony had dealt with enough people in enough contexts to recognize integrity when he sat down next to it. "A small sherry," she said to the barman. She looked at Tony. "I wanted to meet you," she said. Without institutional formality. "That's why I'm in the pub," Tony agreed. She considered him for a moment. "I want you to know," she said carefully, "that there are members of Hogwarts staff who are, not unaware of the concerns you have raised. About Harry's situation. About how he arrived at us." "I know," Tony said. "You were the one who left him at Privet Drive." McGonagall looked at him. Not flinching, she was not a person who flinched, but holding it. "I expressed reservations at the time," she said. "To Dumbledore. Significant reservations. And he overruled them. He overruled them." She picked up her sherry. "I have lived with that for 10 years, Mr. Stark. I want you to understand that." Tony looked at her. He decided, in the way he decided things, quickly, from the full available evidence, that she was telling the truth. "I do understand that," he said. "And I want you to understand something in return. Harry is at Hogwarts because he wants to be, not because Dumbledore decided he should be. He has access to information about himself, his family, and his situation that he is entitled to. And if anyone at that school tries to manage him, limit him, or use what he represents rather than teaching who he is, I will know about it, and I will act on it." He paused. "That's not a threat to you. I don't think you're that person." "No," McGonagall said, with quiet certainty. I am not. Good. Tony picked up his drink. Then I think we're going to get along fine. She looked at him for another moment. Then something shifted in her expression, barely, the way things shifted in people who kept everything measured, and she said, "He's remarkable. I watched him in the sorting." She paused. The hat took 3 minutes. That doesn't happen. Tony raised an eyebrow. The sorting hat? A sentient artifact that assigns students to their houses based on their character and ability. She paused. It spent 3 minutes on Harry. It usually takes 30 seconds. Tony thought about Harry in that vault, reading his mother's letter. Harry in the legal conference room, cutting to the right answer before the lawyers got there. Harry practicing charms from a decade-old textbook until the first one felt like his own. 3 minutes, Tony said. Which house? Gryffindor, McGonagall said, and something in her voice when she said it was as close to pride as someone of her particular restraint could produce. It apparently took the full 3 minutes because Harry was arguing with it. Tony set his drink down. He was arguing with the hat. The hat proposed Slytherin. Harry apparently told it, in some detail, why that was an incorrect assessment. She looked at her sherry glass. It sorted him into Gryffindor, which it said was the right house for someone who chose courage over ambition, while noting that the ambition was entirely present, simply properly oriented. Tony thought about this for a moment. Then he picked his drink back up. "That's my kid," he said, and meant it. Harry had been at Hogwarts for 3 days when the first thing happened. It wasn't dramatic. It was small, the specific smallness of things that revealed character clearly. Potions, first lesson, Professor Snape. Severus Snape taught potions with the specific energy of someone who had made suffering into an art form and delivered it with precision. Harry had read about him beforehand, Lily's books had brief references, Hermione had researched the staff, Jarvis had pulled available background including the important fact that Snape had known Lily Evans and that their relationship had been complicated in ways that still had edges. Harry walked into the dungeons with Ron and Hermione and sat at a workbench with the focused readiness of someone who had spent 10 months preparing for this. Snape began with roll call. He reached Harry's name and paused before saying it, a theatrical pause that communicated exactly how much Snape felt about theatrical pauses. "Ah, yes," he said. "Harry Potter. Our new celebrity." Harry said nothing. He looked at Snape with the quiet, direct attention he gave everything, and waited. Snape began his questioning. Potions questions, rapid fire, designed to confuse and expose. He asked about aconite, bezoars, asphodel. The established pattern was that Snape asked questions the first years couldn't possibly answer, confirmed their ignorance, and moved on with the message delivered. Harry had read about this pattern from several sources including an extremely comprehensive Hogwarts, a history addendum that Hermione had annotated. When Snape got to the question about aconite, Harry answered it. Precisely, without looking away, without performing either confidence or humility. Just, knowing the answer and saying it. Snape's expression flickered. He tried another question. Harry answered it. And the third. Not to show off. Not to challenge. Just because the answers were there and questions were meant to have answers and Harry had spent 10 months treating every piece of information as something worth knowing. Snape looked at him for a long moment at the end of this. The dungeon was very quiet. "It seems," he said, "that our celebrity has indeed opened a book." "I opened several," Harry said. Pleasantly. "My mother's annotated copies, mostly. Her margin notes on potion theory are very good." The dungeon got quieter. Snape's face did something complicated, several things, actually, in rapid succession, and Harry watched all of them with the respectful attention of someone who had been told enough about this man to understand that what was happening under the surface was not simple. "Your mother," Snape said, very carefully, "was an exceptional potion student." "I know," Harry said. "She wrote that her best professor was difficult to impress but that she'd found it worth trying." He paused. She didn't name him. Snape held his gaze for a very long moment. Then he turned back to the board and began the lesson, and he did not call Harry by an epithet again, and he graded Harry's first practical with a score that was, if not generous, entirely fair. Hermione told Ron afterward that she thought something significant had just happened. Ron said he'd been holding his breath for about 4 minutes and could she please explain it to him. Harry said nothing about it but filed it carefully, not as a victory, but as information. Snape was not an enemy who needed to be fought. Snape was a person with a history that involved his mother, and histories were complicated, and the approach that worked with complicated histories was patience and respect and the willingness to let time do some of the work. He'd learned that from Tony. The second thing happened in the second week. Flying lessons. Madame Hooch lined them up on the pitch with broomsticks, ran through the commands, and Harry looked at the broom on the ground in front of him and said, "Up," and it jumped to his hand immediately, the way Jarvis had once described magnetic response, instant, certain, like two things that had been looking for each other. Some of the others struggled. Neville Longbottom's broom rose before he was ready and took him shooting upward, and he lost his grip at 20 feet and fell, landing with a crack that Harry heard clearly from the ground. Madame Hooch rushed to him, "Broken wrist," she said, and took him to the hospital wing with strict instructions for no one to move. Draco Malfoy picked up the Remembrall that had fallen from Neville's pocket. He looked at it, looked at Harry with the particular smile of someone who had decided that the best way to establish dominance was through exclusion, and kicked off into the air with it. Harry looked at the situation. Looked at Draco 15 feet up, holding something that wasn't his, looking down with the expression of someone who expected either compliance or protest and had prepared responses for both. Harry got on the broomstick. He kicked off. He'd been flying since March, in the grounds of the house in Malibu that Tony had, in a move Tony described as practical and everyone else described as extremely Tony, modified to include a private airspace with Jarvis-monitored safety perimeters. He'd flown the Nimbus 2000 for 6 months with the focused, escalating joy of someone who had found the one thing that felt most like freedom. He was, by September, very good. He pulled up to Draco's height in about 2 seconds. Draco blinked, he'd expected pursuit, not arrival. Harry looked at him directly. "Give it back," he said. Draco looked at him. Looked at the ground. Looked at the ease with which Harry had gotten to altitude without any visible effort. Performed a rapid recalculation. "Or what?" he said, but it had the quality of a question that already suspected its answer. "Or I take it," Harry said, without threat, just information. Draco dropped the Remembrall. It fell. Harry dropped into a dive, pure, committed, straight down, and caught it 6 inches from the ground, pulling up clean, and landed back on the pitch in one motion, the Remembrall in his outstretched hand. The class made a sound. Even Ron, who had been watching with his mouth slightly open, made a sound. Draco had landed too. He was looking at Harry with an expression that had gone through several phases and arrived at something more complicated than the simple aristocratic certainty he'd worn at Madame Malkin's. Not respect, exactly. Not yet. But something that was revising. McGonagall appeared from the stands. Harry expected detention. It was the rules, no student flying without instructor, first years especially, and he'd broken that rule clearly and in front of a witness. He held the Remembrall out to McGonagall. McGonagall looked at the Remembrall. Then at Harry. Then at the pitch with the expression of someone doing rapid calculations of their own. "Potter," she said. "Come with me." She took him inside. Not to her office, to the corridor outside the Gryffindor common room, where she stopped and turned and looked at him with the same expression she'd had in the pub with Tony, the expression of someone who was being scrupulously fair about something that was testing their scrupulousness. "You could have let it hit the ground," she said. "It was Neville's," Harry said. "He'd just broken his wrist. I didn't think he needed the Remembrall broken too." McGonagall held his gaze. "That was an exceptional piece of flying. I've had practice. I'm aware." She was quiet for a moment. The school rules regarding first years and broomsticks exist for good reason, Mr. Potter. I know. However. She straightened. The Gryffindor Quidditch team is in need of a seeker. Our previous seeker graduated last year. Oliver Wood has been vocal about the deficit. She looked at him steadily. I'm going to speak to Professor Dumbledore about a special exemption for your first-year flying status. In the interim, I'm not going to give you detention. She paused. I am going to give you this. She produced a parchment from her robes. Wood will want to meet with you tomorrow morning. Harry took the parchment. He looked at it. Then at McGonagall. Thank you. Don't thank me. Just fly like that again. She turned to leave, and Harry could see the very back end of a smile that had decided not to be visible. And Mr. Potter, yes. A Nimbus 2000 is an excellent broom. But the school will be providing you with a Nimbus 2001 for your seeker duties. Your uncle's generosity is noted, but the school has its own standards to maintain. Harry blinked. How did you know about the Nimbus 2000? McGonagall's expression was serene. I make it my business to know the relevant details about my students. She left. Harry stood in the corridor for a moment. Then he took out the small two-way communication device Tony had built over the summer, a muggle-magical hybrid that functioned like a magical mirror but sent its signals through channels that were entirely outside Dumbledore's monitoring framework, because Tony had spent 3 months specifically engineering it to be outside Dumbledore's monitoring framework. It was the size of a playing card and looked like nothing much. He activated it. Tony appeared on the screen, in the Aston Martin, on some Scottish road. Hey, Tony said. I made the Quidditch team, Harry said. Tony's expression did the thing, the controlled, managed expression of someone who was extremely pleased and was being extremely bad at not showing it. As? Seeker. First year. Yeah. Harry. I know. James Potter was a chaser, Tony said. I looked it up. You know that? Harry hadn't known that. He felt it land, the particular weight of information about his father, which always landed with a specific gravity, warm and complicated simultaneously. First-year seeker though, he said. First-year seeker, Tony agreed. He paused. McGonagall. She came to the pitch. I knew I liked that woman. Tony looked at the road, then back. How's everything else? Good, Harry said. And meant it, which was itself remarkable. He was in a castle in Scotland studying magic with the best friend he'd ever had and a boy who'd appointed himself his other best friend on the train and shown no signs of reconsidering, and he had a wand and a broomstick in a room that was actually his, and his mother's textbooks on his bedside table and a ring on his hand and a full knowledge of who he was and where he'd come from. Really good. Tony looked at him for a moment. All right, he said, in a voice that was doing the specific thing it did when Tony was being careful to be casual about something important. I'll let you get back to it. Tony, Harry said. Yeah. The suit's not currently in Scotland, is it? A pause. What makes you ask that? Because you drove there in the Aston Martin, but you sounded like you were outside a minute ago. Another pause. Then, with the specific quality of someone who had decided honesty was structurally necessary, the suit is parked in a field approximately 12 kilometers from Hogsmeade. Harry closed his eyes for 2 seconds. Tony. I'm not hovering. It's in a field. 12 kilometers. Go back to London. I'll go back to London. Tomorrow. I'll go back to, a pause. Fine. Tonight. I'll go back tonight. Tony looked at him through the screen. You're sure you're good? Harry looked around the corridor, the torchlight, the stone, the distant sound of the castle settling into its evening rhythms. He thought about Hermione in the common room with 3 textbooks open simultaneously, and Ron teaching him wizard chess with the serious dedication of someone passing on a cultural inheritance, and Neville's face when Harry had returned the remembrall, and the way the broomstick had jumped to his hand in under a second. "I'm sure," he said. "Go home." Tony went home. 3 weeks in, Quirrell started behaving oddly. Harry noticed it first because Harry noticed everything, and what he noticed specifically was that Quirrell, the defense against the dark arts teacher, whose stutter and nervous manner had struck Harry from the first class as performing a specific function rather than being entirely natural, began watching Harry in a way that was different from the way teachers watched students. It was directional. It had the quality of attention that was waiting for something. Hermione noticed it second, because Hermione noticed most things shortly after Harry. "He's looking at you during meals," she said, quietly, during a Thursday breakfast. She had her schedule open in front of her and was doing 2 things at once, which was her baseline state. Not teaching looking. Something else. "I know," Harry said. "You're going to tell Tony." "Already did." Ron looked between them. He had a piece of toast in each hand and the expression of someone who had been friends with Hermione for 3 weeks and Harry for 3 weeks and had concluded that being their friend meant getting used to conversations that had been half resolved before they were spoken aloud. "What did Tony say?" he asked. "To observe, document, don't engage directly, and don't go anywhere alone." Harry ate a piece of toast. "Standard protocol." "Your uncle has protocols," Ron said. "My uncle has protocols for most things." Harry looked down the table toward the staff area, where Quirrell was eating with the slightly disconnected quality of a man whose attention was elsewhere. "He also says the turban's worth looking into." Hermione's pen stopped moving. "The turban," she said, with the specific alertness she got when a fact she hadn't yet categorized suddenly connected to a pattern. "He never takes it off. He says it's a gift from an African prince and it's scented against garlic," Ron said. "To ward off zombies." "That's not why," Hermione said. "I know it's not why," Harry said. He looked at the turban. He'd been thinking about it for 2 weeks, building the picture slowly and methodically the way Tony had taught him to build pictures, not rushing to the conclusion, but letting the evidence accumulate until the conclusion made itself obvious. Jarvis ran a comparison on the magical signature readings I described from the corridor near the 3rd floor corridor. "The readings that are wrong, that feel like more than one person." Hermione looked at him. "You went near the 3rd floor corridor." "I walked past it." "Harry, Dumbledore specifically, I walked past it," Harry said. "I didn't open the door." Jarvis's signature analysis from my description is not conclusive, but it's suggestive of a magical presence that doesn't match any single person's signature. Ron had stopped eating. He was looking at Harry with the expression he got when Harry said something that moved the situation from theoretical to actual. "You think something's in there," he said. "Something beyond the dog." "Something's being kept in there," Harry said. "And someone else wants it." He looked at Quirrell again. "Someone who's already in the building." Hermione looked at him steadily. "You're going to tell Dumbledore?" "No," Harry said. She frowned. "Harry, Dumbledore already knows," Harry said. "He set it up. Whatever's in there, the whole arrangement is his. Which means going to him tells him that I know, without giving me any information I don't already have." He paused. "So we observe. Document. Don't engage directly. And wait for the thing to move." Hermione looked at him for a long moment. Then she opened a new page in her notebook. "What do you need me to research?" "Everything published on significant magical objects that were believed lost or at risk during the last Dark Wizard conflict," Harry said. "Cross-reference with anything Dumbledore has been connected to academically." "And Nicholas Flamel." Hermione wrote the name down. "Who's Nicholas Flamel?" "I don't know yet," Harry said. But Jarvis found a reference in a ministry document from the early 80s that keeps appearing adjacent to Dumbledore's name and the phrase temporary relocation for security. Ron was looking at Harry with an expression that had traveled from surprise to respect and was settling somewhere that felt permanent. "Mate," he said. Has anyone told you that you're a bit terrifying? Tony says it frequently, Harry said. As a compliment? Mostly. Halloween was the troll. Hermione was in the bathroom when it happened. She'd been crying, because an overheard comment from Ron during charms had landed harder than intended, and Harry knew she was in there and had been tracking the time and had been about to go find her when the screaming started in the corridor and Professor Quirrell ran into the Great Hall shouting about a troll in the dungeon before fainting dramatically. The chaos that followed was organized on the outside and thoroughly uncontrolled on the inside. Prefects herding students to dormitories, teachers dispersing, the specific energy of a large building that had been disrupted suddenly. Harry grabbed Ron's arm. Hermione, he said. Ron's face went through guilt, realization, and commitment in about 3 seconds. Right, he said. Come on. They went against the flow of students, which meant nobody was looking at them, which was one of Tony's rules about moving in crowds, go toward the disruption and everyone's attention is already past you. They found the girls' bathroom on the 2nd floor, and they found the troll. It was enormous and it smelled and it was currently about to bring its club down on a girl who had wedged herself against the wall behind the sink fixtures and was holding herself together through what was clearly the most terrifying experience of her life. Harry didn't stop to assess the situation at length. He crossed the bathroom in 4 steps, jumped up onto the troll's back, grabbed its ear with one hand, and drove his wand into its nostril with the other. The troll bellowed and thrashed. Harry held on with both knees like the broomstick had taught him, grip, balance, movement, and said to Ron, over the roaring, "It's club." Ron understood immediately. He'd been doing accidental magic for years before school and doing intentional magic for 2 months, and he raised his wand, remembered the levitation charm from Charms class that week, said Wingardium Leviosa, with the proper emphasis on Gar, and the club rose, and Ron directed it, and it came down on the troll's own head. The troll collapsed. The bathroom was very quiet except for the troll's thunderous breathing. Hermione looked at Harry on the floor beside the unconscious troll, hair everywhere, covered in what he hoped was troll snot. She looked at Ron, wand still raised, panting. Then she looked at the troll. "Is it dead?" she said. "Unconscious," Harry said. "I think." "The spell worked," Ron said, with the specific wonder of someone who had never been entirely confident it would. "The spell worked," Hermione agreed. And then, because she was Hermione and this was what she did when she was overwhelmed, she organized it. She drew herself up straight, pushed her hair back, and said, with admirable precision, "We need to be clear about what we tell the teachers." "What we tell them," Harry said, standing up and looking at the troll, "is that we came to find you because we knew you were in here and couldn't be reached, and that we improvised." He paused. "Which is entirely true." She looked at him. "Ron called me a nightmare," she said, not accusatorially. "Just, including it, in the record." Ron looked at the floor. "Yeah," he said. "Sorry. That was, yeah." Hermione nodded once, with the air of someone who had accepted an apology and filed it permanently under resolved. Then she looked at Harry. "How are we going to explain what you did? Getting onto it like that?" "Natural response to a crisis," Harry said. "You're 11. I'm a very proactive 11. The teachers arrived 2 minutes later. McGonagall looked at the troll, at the 3 of them, at the wand still in Ron's hand, and performed the rapid assessment Tony had described as the signature of truly good operational minds, gathering the full picture before responding to any part of it. Then she looked at Harry with the expression she'd worn on the Quidditch pitch, the one that was being scrupulously fair about something. "Potter," she said. "Explain." He explained. Factually, completely, without embellishment or diminishment. She listened without interrupting. Snape looked at Harry for a long moment when he finished. There was something in it, recognition, maybe, of the specific way Harry had described the problem and the solution, the way someone looked at a technique they'd seen before in a different context. Quirrell looked at Harry with something else entirely, something that was careful and evaluating and had too many layers to be a teacher looking at a student's near-death experience. Harry looked back at him, equally calm, equally present. Then he looked at Hermione and Ron and thought that this was what a friend was, someone who ran toward the problem and worried about the conversation afterward, and that having two of them was something he hadn't known he was allowed to have until he'd had them, and that he intended to keep them. By December, Dumbledore had begun his moves. Not crude moves, Dumbledore didn't do crude. They were the moves of a man who had been rearranging people and situations for decades and had gotten very good at it. Small things. A conversation here, a suggestion there. The Mirror of Erised, Harry had heard about it from Neville, who had stumbled on it before Harry, and Harry had made a deliberate choice not to go near it, on the grounds that a device that showed you what you most desired and was placed in an accessible location in a school where a specific child lived was not a coincidence but a manipulation. He told Tony about it. Tony's response was to call Helena and then to request, through the formal board channel that Augusta Longbottom had established, a written explanation of the mirror's placement, its historical function, and the safeguards in place regarding student access. Dumbledore moved the mirror within a week. He also increased the frequency of what Harry thought of as the headmaster's attention, the way Dumbledore managed, without ever doing anything overt, to be present at moments when Harry might be expected to form impressions or make decisions. Passing in the corridor. A brief word at the feast. Small, careful, warm, and purposeful. Harry was invariably polite, invariably present, and invariably gave away nothing he hadn't decided to give. "He's trying to rebuild the relationship," Hermione said one evening in the common room. She had the Flamel research open in front of her. She'd found him eventually, in an old edition of Great Wizards of the 20th Century, and the Philosopher's Stone was now a confirmed hypothesis rather than a theory. "Not directly. He's trying to make you trust him again." "I don't distrust him," Harry said. He was working through an essay on transfiguration, and it was due tomorrow, and it was going well. "I just don't rely on him." Those are different things. Ron, who was playing chess with himself, white against red, which he claimed helped him develop strategic flexibility, looked up. "What's the difference?" "I trust that Dumbledore is Dumbledore," Harry said. "I trust that he's brilliant and that he cares about the wizarding world and that most of what he does comes from genuine conviction. I just don't trust his decisions about my life, because he's proven he'll make them on my behalf without consulting me." He went back to the essay. "You can respect someone's capability and not cede them authority over your choices." Hermione wrote something down. Not for any assignment, she sometimes wrote things down when Harry said them, which Harry had learned to accept as one of the specific expressions of being Hermione's friend. "Tony says things like that," she observed. "Tony says a lot of things," Harry agreed. "You say them too now." Harry considered this. "Is that bad?" "No," Hermione said, with the precision she brought to genuine questions. You sound like someone who knows themselves." She paused. "A lot of 11-year-olds don't." Ron moved a pawn. His white self immediately countermoved. "A lot of adults don't," he said, without looking up. "My dad says most people decide who they are and then spend the rest of their lives defending the decision whether it's right or not." "Your dad's pretty wise," Harry said. Ron looked pleased and slightly embarrassed. "Don't tell him. His head's already barely fitting through the door with the Muggle Studies project he's running." Harry smiled. Went back to the essay. The fire crackled in the Gryffindor common room. Outside, the December wind was doing what December wind did in Scotland, which was take it seriously. Inside, it was warm, and the red and gold of the walls was the color of something decided rather than given, and Harry sat with his friends in the place he'd chosen and finished his transfiguration essay, and thought that whatever was coming next, the stone, the legal case, Dumbledore's next move, it was coming at a Harry Potter who knew exactly what he was. He was a Stark. He was a Potter. He was the first-year seeker who'd argued with the Sorting Hat. He was the boy who'd run into a bathroom with a troll in it because his friend was in there. He was Lily Evans's son and Tony Stark's nephew and his father's heir and Hermione's best friend and Ron's other best friend, and he was 11 years old and currently ahead on his essays and in possession of his own wand and his own ring and his own broomstick, in 11 months of knowing that the world was the size it actually was. He was, in short, entirely himself. And that, he had learned, was the only thing that mattered. Chapter 6, The Trial of Albus Dumbledore. The Wisingamot convened on the 14th of April. Not because April was significant, or because spring in London had any particular bearing on magical jurisprudence, but because Helena Goldstein had spent 7 months filing motions, building coalitions, and dismantling procedural delays with the focused patience of someone who understood that the legal system was a machine and that machines responded to the person who knew them best. She'd called Tony the previous Thursday with the specific quality of controlled satisfaction in her voice that he'd learned to recognize as her version of triumph. "We have quorum," she said. 41 members confirmed. "The session is scheduled." Dumbledore's people couldn't block it. "They slowed it by 11 weeks, Helena said. But Augusta and Marchbanks were effective, and the Malfoy situation helped considerably. The Malfoy situation, which was what everyone in their legal circle had started calling it with the fond shorthand of something that had gone very well, had resolved itself in January when the formal Gringotts filing had become public record and Lucius Malfoy's secondary vault claim had been publicly documented. He'd resigned from the Board of Governors 3 days later, which Augusta Longbottom had described as the cleanest thing he'd done in 20 years. He was currently managing his own legal difficulties with a team of solicitors who had the harassed quality of people doing their best with limited material. Tony had barely glanced at it. The Malfoy element was interesting only in its implications, and the implications were already in the case file. He was more focused on the morning of the 14th, which required a specific kind of preparation. Not the legal preparation, Helena had that. Not the financial documentation, Marcus Chen's team had that, organized into a presentation of such comprehensive clarity that even a wizarding institution without access to holographic display would be able to follow it. What required Tony's specific attention was Harry. Harry, who was currently in the kitchen of the Stark townhouse in Kensington. Tony had bought it in November, on the grounds that commuting from Malibu was operationally impractical for someone with ongoing business in London and a nephew at a Scottish boarding school, eating toast and reading through the case summary for the 3rd time. It was the Easter holidays. Harry had been home for 4 days. He'd come off the Hogwarts Express at King's Cross looking approximately 2 feet taller than September, which was partly physical and partly the other kind of growth that didn't show up on measurements. He'd spent 4 days eating real food, flying in the garden. Tony had worked out an arrangement with the local air traffic that Jarvis managed, and working through the case documents with the thorough, systematic attention he brought to everything. Tony poured coffee and sat down across from him. "Questions?" he said. Harry looked up from the document. "Dumbledore's defense team is going to argue necessity," he said. "The whole case will rest on whether the Wisingamot accepts that the threat of Voldemort justified emergency measures." "That's their strongest argument," Tony agreed. "And it's not entirely wrong," Harry said. "That's the part one keep coming back to." He set the document down. He was in a grey jumper and jeans, his hair doing what it always did, the Potter ring catching the morning light. "Voldemort's real. The threat was real. If Dumbledore's plan had worked the way he intended, his plan involved a child living in a cupboard without knowledge of his own identity or resources," Tony said. "Whatever the threat justifies, it doesn't justify that." "I know," Harry said. "But I need to be able to say something better than it doesn't justify that when someone asks." He looked at the document again. "I need to be able to say what it does justify. What the line is." Tony looked at him for a moment. This was a thing Harry did, not accepting the easy answer, not settling for the argument that worked emotionally when the argument that worked logically was available but harder. "You've thought about this," Tony said. "I've been thinking about it since October," Harry said. "Since the first night at the hotel, actually. When Dumbledore came and I realized he wasn't a monster." He looked at Tony steadily. "He's a man who decided his vision of safety was more important than anyone's right to choose. That's the argument. The threat doesn't give you the right to decide for other people. It gives you the responsibility to protect them, but protection and control aren't the same thing, and he turned one into the other and called it duty. Tony held his gaze. He'd been doing this since the coffee shop in Surrey, watching his nephew arrive at truths that took most people decades, doing it quietly, without performance, as if the thinking was the thing and the conclusion was just what the thinking produced. "That's your statement," Tony said. "I know. You want to speak today. You said I could. You can." Tony picked up his coffee. "Helena's going to schedule it as the closing element before the Wiesengemot deliberates. Your testimony is voluntary, they know that, it's in the filing. They'll have the option to submit written questions if they want clarification, but you can decline to answer anything." "I won't decline anything," Harry said. Tony looked at him. "I've been the thing that nobody asked for 11 years, Harry said. "Today I want to be the person who answers questions." He picked up the document again. "Is Snape testifying?" "He's been subpoenaed," Tony said. "He won't like it." "No," Harry agreed. "But he'll be honest." He paused. "McGonagall? Voluntary submission. She filed her written statement last week." Tony paused. "It was thorough." Harry nodded. He went back to the document. Then, without looking up, "Is it going to be enough? To win? To change something? Actually change something?" He looked up. "Because winning the legal case doesn't change the thing underneath it. The reason Dumbledore got away with this for 10 years isn't just that he was clever. It's that the whole wizarding world decided one person's judgment was good enough to replace everyone else's." He paused. "That's what needs to change." Tony set his coffee down. "That's why we built the press element," he said. "Rita Skeeter's piece last month. The Quibbler series. The European human rights filing, which is still in process but which is public, which means Muggle media has covered it, which means the wizarding world can't pretend it's an internal matter anymore." He paused. "Today is the legal process. The cultural change takes longer. But we've started it." Harry absorbed this. Nodded once. Then stood up, picked up the document, and said, "I need to change." "You have 2 hours." "I know. I want to be ready." He was halfway to the door. "Tony." "Yeah. Thank you for doing this the right way." He said it simply, without the careful minimalism he used for things he was afraid to want, which meant he'd decided this was something he was allowed to say without hedging. Not just, the legal way. The right way. Tony looked at the kitchen table, at the coffee cups and the case documents and the toast crumbs. Thought about a coffee shop in Surrey and a boy who had ordered the big breakfast and said, "Can I have it?" like he needed to check. "Get changed," he said. The Wiesengemot chamber was older than most of London. Tony had been told this in the briefing materials and had acknowledged it as information without fully absorbing it, but walking into it was a different experience. It was below the Ministry of Magic, which was below Whitehall, which was below a grey April sky that had no idea what was happening underneath it. The chamber itself was circular, tiered, stone, lit by the hovering globe lights that Tony had seen throughout the ministry, and it held, on this morning, 41 witches and wizards in plum-colored robes who looked at the arriving parties with the attentive wariness of people who had spent their careers in rooms like this and knew the difference between proceedings that mattered and proceedings that were about to matter. Tony walked in with Helena on one side and Harry on the other. Pepper was in the gallery. She'd been given observer status, which she'd accepted with the specific graciousness of someone who understood the value of being in the room even without a speaking role. She caught Harry's eye when they entered and gave him a look that contained approximately 7 things, all of them warm. Marcus Chen's team occupied the documentation table to the left. The defense occupied the right. Dumbledore was there. Of course he was, it was his hearing, and he had chosen, with the dignity of a man who understood theater, to arrive before the prosecution and be seated when they entered. He was in deep blue robes today rather than the more flamboyant things Tony had seen him wear on other occasions, and he had the quality he carried into every room, that specific gravity of accumulated wisdom and presence, the weight of a man who had been doing things of consequence for a very long time. He looked at Tony when Tony entered. Tony looked at him. Then Dumbledore looked at Harry. Harry looked back. Direct, steady, the way he looked at everything. Not aggressive, not deferent. Present. Something moved in Dumbledore's expression. Something that was not quite acknowledgement and not quite grief and was made of both. The chief warlock for the session was a compact, serious witch named Griselda Thatch, who had been selected specifically because she had no documented relationship with either party and whose reputation for procedural rigor was apparently the wizarding equivalent of legend. She called the session to order with the specific efficient brevity of someone who intended to run the proceedings rather than preside over them. Helena opened the case. She was, Tony had known for months, excellent. But today she was operating at a level above excellent, the kind of performance that came from someone who had been building to this moment for 7 months and knew every inch of the material. She laid out the case in 40 minutes with documentary precision, the 1979 trust instrument, the blood relation succession clause, the 1981 reclassification of the document, the guardianship declaration, the ledger analysis, the decade of financial disbursements, the Desley arrangement and its specific terms. She put the numbers on display, not digitally, because this was the Wisengamot and digital displays required a lengthy exemption process, but on large documented sheets that Marcus Chen's team had prepared with the clarity of people who charged by the hour and wanted their hours to be worth charging for. 371 million equivalent. 9 years of monthly payments to the Desley household calculated as compliance payment rather than child welfare support. The Malfoy secondary claim and its timing. The chamber was very quiet when she finished. Dumbledore's lead counsel, a senior Wisemegot barrister named Ptolemy Rook, who was 70, white-haired, and had the bearing of someone who had argued complicated cases in front of difficult audiences for 4 decades, stood and began the defense. Tony listened carefully, because knowing your opposition's best argument was the prerequisite for defeating it. Rook's argument was, as Harry had predicted, necessity. He was elegant about it. He acknowledged the financial irregularities, didn't attempt to deny them, which was a correct tactical choice given the documentary weight of the prosecution case. He argued that the disbursements represented emergency wartime decisions made under unique and unprecedented circumstances, that the wizarding world had been in a state of effective war and subsequent crisis throughout the period in question, and that Albus Dumbledore had taken on the responsibility of guardianship at personal cost and without compensation in service of a protection strategy that had, demonstrably, worked. Voldemort had fallen. Harry Potter had survived. The wizarding world had been rebuilt. Was this not, Rook asked, the outcome that justified the decisions? Several Wisengamot members leaned forward during this argument. Tony clocked each of them without turning his head, because he'd read all 41 of their profiles and knew which ones were sympathetic to the necessity argument on ideological grounds. He passed a folded note to Helena, 13, 22, 37, watch them. Helena folded the note into her sleeve without looking at it and kept her face entirely neutral. Then came the testimony. Snape was first. He had been subpoenaed, as Tony had told Harry, and he took the witness position with the self-contained dignity of someone who had decided that the only way to survive a situation he objected to was to move through it with total precision. He answered questions from both sides with the economy of language of a man who chose every word specifically and did not offer anything unrequested. Helena asked him about the financial arrangements. He acknowledged knowing of the guardianship, had known since 1981. Had expressed concerns. She pushed. Yes, he said, he had expressed concerns. To Dumbledore. About Harry's placement specifically. Can you describe the nature of those concerns? Helena asked. I suggested, Snape said carefully, that the specific Muggle placement chosen was not optimal for the welfare of a child of Harry's background. And Dumbledore's response? He indicated that the placement served a specific magical purpose. That the blood protection created by Lily Potter's sacrifice required Harry to live with his mother's blood relative to remain active. Snape paused. I indicated that this requirement did not preclude financial support. That a child could live with blood relations and still have appropriate resources. And Dumbledore said the matter was managed. A murmur in the chamber. Were you aware, Helena continued, of the Stark blood relation? Of the trust document establishing Mr. Tony Stark as Harry Potter's blood relative with legal standing? Snape looked at Tony. A long look, the quality of which was something Tony had become better at reading over the months, not hostile, not the performative contempt Snape sometimes deployed in other contexts, but something more layered. Recognition, maybe. And the particular expression of a man who was choosing to tell the truth in a situation where telling the truth cost him something. No, he said. I was not aware of it. Thank you, Professor. Rook had nothing for Snape beyond confirming that the blood protection requirement was a genuine magical constraint, which Snape confirmed, adding nothing further. McGonagall was next. She had come in her own authority, the voluntary submission, the written statement already in the record. She sat in the witness position with the straight spine of someone who had made their peace with what they were about to say and was going to say it clearly. Helena asked her about October 31st, 1981. About arriving at Privet Drive. About the decision to leave Harry there. McGonagall answered with the specificity of someone who had been preparing this answer for longer than the legal proceedings, preparing it, perhaps, since the moment she'd left and had understood immediately that she should not have left. She had arrived at Privet Drive at dawn. She had observed the neighborhood for the full day, in her animagus form. She had seen the Dursleys. She had expressed her concerns to Dumbledore that night, clearly, directly, on the record of that conversation which she had apparently made a point of making in writing. I told him, McGonagall said, with the precise quiet of someone making a record, that I disagreed with the decision. That the Dursleys were entirely unsuitable, that I had observed them for a full day, and that leaving an extraordinary child, any child, in that particular environment was a serious mistake. She paused. He told me that Harry's protection required it, that it was for the greater good, and that these were difficult times requiring difficult choices. She looked at the chamber. He was right that they were difficult times. He was wrong about the choice. The chamber was entirely silent. Rook stood for cross-examination. He asked McGonagall whether she had taken any independent action after expressing these concerns. She said she had not. He asked her why. She held his gaze and said, because I trusted Albus Dumbledore. And I was wrong to trust him unconditionally. Rook sat down. The lunch recess was 40 minutes. Tony took Harry to a side room off the main corridor, which was small and stone and had a bench along one wall and a persistent magical fire in a small grate that gave off warmth without light. Pepper brought food. She'd planned for this, obviously, because Pepper planned for everything, sandwiches and tea, practical and without ceremony. Harry sat on the bench and ate a sandwich. You're up after recess, Tony said. I know. You don't have to say everything. You can say what you prepared. I know. You can also, Tony, Harry said, without looking at him. I'm fine. Tony looked at him. He was fine, actually. The quality he'd had in that courtroom throughout the morning was not the braced, careful composure of someone managing fear. It was just stillness. The specific stillness of someone who had been waiting for a long time for the right moment and had arrived at it and found it was exactly the size they'd expected. Pepper sat beside Harry on the bench. She didn't say anything. She just sat there, present, with her tea, in the way she sat next to Tony sometimes when a situation had gone past the point where talking was the useful thing. Harry looked at the fire. Snape, he said, after a while. What about him? Tony said. He said he didn't know about the Stark connection. Harry paused. He was telling the truth. Yes. Which means he spent 10 years thinking my life was, what it was, and couldn't do anything about it because he thought there was no alternative. He was quiet for a moment. That's a specific kind of awful. Tony said nothing. I'm not going to do anything with that today, Harry said. But I want to. He stopped. I want to talk to him. Eventually. Not about the case. Just about my mum. Tony looked at him for a moment. Yeah, he said. I think that would be good. Harry finished the sandwich. He looked at the fire for a few more seconds. Then he stood up. Let's go back in, he said. The afternoon session began with financial testimony from Marcus Chen, who delivered his analysis in 35 minutes with the clarity and precision of someone who had prepared it to be understood by an audience with no Muggle financial training. He cross-referenced the Gringotts ledger records with wizarding monetary conversion tables, documented each disbursement, traced each account, and presented the final total with the neutral confidence of a man whose numbers were, as always, correct. $431 million equivalent, total, across all accounts and properties. 371 from the main vault. 60 from the property trusts. The Desley payments calculated against appropriate child welfare provision for a child of Harry's financial standing, the difference between what was paid and what should have been paid over a decade represented an additional several million in direct deprivation. Rook challenged the conversion methodology. Marcus Chen handled it in 3 exchanges and with a thoroughness that left no subsequent challenges viable. Then Helena called Tony. He sat in the witness position and looked at the chamber. 41 witches and wizards in plum robes, looking back at him with the varied attentiveness of people who had been doing this all day and were now watching the person who had built the case itself. He answered Helena's questions clearly, establishing his identity, his relationship to Harry, the manner in which the financial discovery had been made, the legal standing he held, and the sequence of events from October to April. He was specific, direct, and did not editorialize. Rook's cross-examination was more interesting. Mr. Stark, he said, with the measured politeness of someone preparing a trap, you are a Muggle. You have no personal understanding of the wizarding world's circumstances during the war with he who must not be named. The genuine terror, the genuine casualties, the genuine existential threat that required extraordinary measures. No, Tony said. I'm not. And yet you are here, in this chamber, asking this body to judge a man whose decisions were made in the context of a war you did not experience. I'm asking this body to judge a man whose decisions included placing a child in an abusive environment and spending his inheritance without consent, Tony said. The context of the war doesn't require a magical background to assess. The child welfare evidence is documented. The financial records are documented. The reclassification of the trust document, which prevented me from being notified of Harry's existence and filing a legal claim on his behalf, is documented. He paused. If anything, the war context makes the case worse, Mr. Rook, not better. It was used as the justification for every decision, which means it was the mechanism by which an entire institution was prevented from questioning anything. That's not necessity. That's how you describe extraordinary power when you want to prevent accountability. The chamber was very quiet. Rook tried one more angle. You are a billionaire, Mr. Stark. A man with resources that are, in the Muggle world, extraordinary. Your interest in Harry Potter's financial situation, your specific focus on the money, has been the organizing principle of this case. The money is the evidence, Tony said, for the second time in 7 months. It's the measure by which you can objectively demonstrate that specific decisions were made about Harry Potter's life without his knowledge or consent and to his material detriment. You need a number to put in front of a court. We have the number. He looked at Rook steadily. But you're right that my interest isn't in the money. My interest is in the 11-year-old who spent 10 years in a cupboard while the most respected man in the wizarding world made every decision about his life and then spent his inheritance and called it protection. He paused. I'm not here because of the money. I'm here because that's my nephew. Rook had nothing else. They scheduled Harry's testimony last, before the deliberation recess. He walked to the witness position with the same bearing he'd carried into the chamber that morning. The Wisengamot watched him, 41 people who had been in this room for most of the day, who had heard the numbers and the testimony and the arguments, and who were now looking at the actual person at the center of all of it. He was 12 now, his birthday had been in July, the previous summer, the first birthday he'd spent knowing he was a Stark and a Potter, and the first birthday he'd spent in a house that put a number of candles on a cake that corresponded to the number of years he'd actually been alive. He looked 12, still small, still with the messy hair and the green eyes, but sitting in a witness chair in the Wisengamot with the composed, grounded certainty of someone much older. Thatch, the chief warlock, addressed him directly. Mr. Potter. You have chosen to make a voluntary statement. You may say whatever you wish, and you may decline to answer any questions afterward. Thank you, Harry said. I'll answer questions. He looked at the chamber. Then he looked at Dumbledore, specifically, and held his gaze for a moment, not as a challenge, not as a performance of courage, just because that was where he needed to start and he knew it. Then he turned to the chamber. I'm not going to talk about the money, he said. My uncle and Ms. Goldstein have covered the money, and Marcus Chen's team covered it better than I could. What I want to talk about is something that doesn't appear in a ledger but that I think is actually what this case is about. He was quiet for a moment. For 10 years, he said, I thought I was nothing. Not as self-pity, as a practical understanding of my situation. I didn't know my parents beyond what my aunt told me, which wasn't much and wasn't kind. I didn't know I was a wizard. I didn't know I had money. I didn't know I had family. I didn't know about this world, he gestured, meaning the wizarding world, the chamber, all of it, and I didn't know that within this world, I was apparently the most important child alive. He paused. All of those things were kept from me. By one person, acting on one judgment, which was that I was better off not knowing any of it. He looked at Dumbledore. Dumbledore looked back. I don't think Professor Dumbledore is a bad man, Harry said. I want to be clear about that, because I think it would be easier, in some ways, if he were. Bad men are simple. You know what to do with them. He paused. Albus Dumbledore is a brilliant man who decided that his understanding of a situation was comprehensive enough to justify removing everyone else's ability to make choices about it. He decided my life, where I lived, what I knew, what I had access to, because he had decided what I needed to be, and he shaped the conditions of my existence to produce it. He paused. And he was wrong. Not about the danger, I don't know enough yet to say he was wrong about the danger. But about his right to make those decisions. He turned to address the wider chamber. Here's what I think the real question is, he said, and his voice was the quiet, direct voice of someone who had thought about this for a very long time and had arrived at the clearest version of it. Not whether the decisions worked out, because some of them did, I'm alive, Voldemort fell, the wizarding world rebuilt. The question is, what does it mean for one person to decide that they have the right to manage another person's life in the service of a greater good they've defined themselves? He paused. Because if the answer is that the outcome justifies it, if the fact that it worked makes it acceptable, then the wizarding world has decided that the right person with the right cause can do anything to anyone, as long as they're correct in the end. He looked at the chamber. And I don't think that's the world anyone here actually wants to live in. The chamber was completely silent. What I want, Harry said, is simple. I want the financial accounts restored and properly administered, which the Gringotts petition has already initiated. I want a formal acknowledgement, not an apology. I'm not asking for an apology, a formal, on-the-record acknowledgement that the guardianship decisions made in 1981 were made without proper disclosure and that the framework that allowed them to be made without accountability is inadequate. He paused. And I want the Wisengamot to consider implementing oversight requirements for emergency guardianship declarations going forward. Not to punish Professor Dumbledore. To make sure it can't happen to anyone else. He looked at Dumbledore one last time. I don't need you to be sorry, Harry said. I need the system that let this happen to be different. He sat back. The chamber remained quiet for a long moment. Then Griselda Thatch said, "Thank you, Mr. Potter," and her voice had the quality of someone who had been presiding over legal proceedings for 30 years and had just heard something they were going to remember. The Wisengamot submitted written questions. Harry answered all of them, 16 questions over 40 minutes, precise and honest and without hedging. One member, an older witch near the far end of the chamber, asked, "Do you hold animosity toward Professor Dumbledore personally?" Harry thought about it for a real moment, not a procedural one. "I hold disappointment," he said. "Which is harder to sit with than animosity, but more accurate." Rook had one question for cross-examination, "Mr. Potter. You are 12 years old. How much of this testimony is your own thinking, and how much reflects the perspective of your uncle and his legal team?" Harry looked at him. "Every word I've said today," Harry said quietly, "I've thought about since I was 10 years old and trying to understand why the world didn't add up. My uncle gave me access to information, a legal structure, and the knowledge that I was allowed to take up space." He paused. "The thinking is mine. What Tony gave me was the room to do it in." Rook sat down. The deliberation took 4 hours. Tony spent them in the side room with Pepper, Helena, Marcus Chen, and Harry, who ate 2 more sandwiches, played a game of wizard chess with Ron via the two-way mirror, and read through the first 3 chapters of an advanced charms text he'd brought from school. Tony spent the 4 hours mostly watching Harry, which was something he'd developed a habit of over the past 7 months, not monitoring, not anxious surveillance, just the specific attention of someone who found the person they were looking at interesting enough to keep looking. He thought about the coffee shop in Surrey. About the boy who had ordered the big breakfast and eaten with the efficiency of someone who didn't know when the next meal was coming. About the backpack with not much in it, and the 2 large clothes, and the cupboard. He thought about Lily Evans putting her son's name on a vault with a bloodlock, writing "Find Tony" in a letter that had been waiting 11 years. He thought about Howard, who had gotten the letter 36 days before he died and had never managed to do anything with the knowledge it contained, and who had been, for all his faults, at least consistent in the specific pattern of his failures. He thought about himself, 12 months ago, in a workshop in Malibu at 2 in the morning, being told by Jarvis that there was a document that warranted his attention. One document. One financial audit. One woman with eyes sharp enough to spot an anomaly in a legacy file. The Wisengamot reconvened at 7 p.m. Griselda Thatch read the findings. On the matter of financial mismanagement, 31 votes in favor of a finding of misconduct, 7 against, 3 abstentions. Finding, established. On the matter of improper guardianship declaration without full disclosure, 33 votes in favor, 6 against, 2 abstentions. Finding, established. On the matter of document reclassification, 28 votes in favor, 10 against, 3 abstentions. Finding, established, with a note that the Chamber considered the evidence of ministry involvement in the reclassification a matter requiring separate investigation. On the matter of child welfare obligations, 35 votes in favor, 4 against, 2 abstentions. Finding, established. The sanctions. Dumbledore's financial guardianship terminated immediately and permanently. Full financial restitution of proven disbursements to be made to the Potter-Stark Trust within 60 days. A formal notation entered into the Wizarding legal record, not a criminal conviction, which the evidence did not fully support, but a formal notation that would be permanent and public. Dumbledore's role as chief warlock of the Wisengamot terminated pending a governance review. Anne, Helena had fought for this, had spent 6 weeks on this specific provision, a new oversight requirement for all emergency guardianship declarations, effective immediately, requiring disclosure of all blood relation alternatives before any declaration was finalized. Thatch read the last item with the specific weight of someone who understood its consequence. The Chamber approved it 38-3. Tony looked at Harry. Harry was looking at the Chamber with the quiet, grounded stillness he'd been wearing all day. Not triumph, Harry didn't do triumph loudly. But something had settled in him, had come to rest, the way a thing settles when it arrives at the place it was supposed to be. Across the chamber, Dumbledore had listened to the findings without expression. When Thatch finished, he looked at Harry. And this time what was in his expression was something Tony hadn't seen in it before, not calculation, not conviction, not the particular determined gentleness of a man managing someone for their own good. Just an old man looking at a 12-year-old who had sat in a court and said the right thing clearly, and knowing that the right thing had been said. He gave a small nod. Not quite an apology. Not an acknowledgement that anything Harry had said was wrong. Just a nod. Harry nodded back. The chamber rose. Outside the ministry, on the street level, London was doing its evening thing, the rush hour tapering toward dinner hour, the sky a particular deep blue that April produced for approximately 40 minutes before going properly dark. Harry stood on the pavement for a moment. Pepper came out beside him. She looked at the sky. Then at him. Then she put her arm around his shoulders, briefly, in the specific way she had that was never an imposition, always present, always exactly right. He leaned into it for a moment. Just a moment. Helena came out next, talking to Marcus Chen. She looked at Tony with the controlled satisfaction of someone who had just won a 7-month case in 4 hours of deliberation. "I told you Marchbanks was solid," she said. "You told me," Tony agreed. "The governance provision is the important one," she said. "Longer term, it's the provision that changes something." "I know. The restitution will be processed through Gringotts. Ragnarok has already been notified." She paused. He sent a response, incidentally. The message was, satisfactory. Tony looked at it. He thought about Ragnarok's ledger note, justice, incomplete, but initiated, and suspected today had moved the notation. Helena left to handle the remaining documentation. Marcus Chen followed. The rest of the team dispersed in the organized, purposeful way of people who had been very useful and were moving on to the next thing. Tony looked at Harry. "Well," Harry said. "Well," Tony agreed. "What does the money actually look like?" Harry asked. "The restitution. 60 days for the formal transfer. After that, it sits in your Gringotts account until you decide what to do with it." Tony paused. "Or you start deciding now. It's yours." Harry was quiet for a moment. He looked at the street, at the evening pedestrians, at a red bus going past with the rumbling certainty of something that had no idea what had just happened in the building behind them. "I want to set up a fund," he said. "For magical children in situations like mine. Where there's a welfare concern and the family doesn't have resources to fight it." He paused. "Magical and muggle, actually. Not just wizarding." Tony looked at him. "You said the legal process was expensive," Harry said. "We had Hargreaves and Helena and all of it. Most families don't. If a child is in my situation and there's no billionaire uncle who happens to find a financial anomaly," he stopped. "I want that to not be the only way it gets fixed." Tony held his gaze for a long moment. The street moved around them, indifferent and ordinary. "I'll have Pepper set up the structure," he said. "We'll co-fund it, your assets, Stark Industries, and run it through both the Muggle and Wizarding legal systems so it has jurisdiction in both." Harry nodded. He looked at the street again. "Can we get food? I'm starving." "You're always starving. I'm a growing child in a high-stress legal environment." Tony walked down the pavement and Harry fell into step beside him and Pepper caught up on Harry's other side, and they went down the street like they'd been doing it for a long time, which, Tony thought, they had been. 11 months was not long in most calculations, but in the calculation of a family, which was not measured in months but in the number of times you'd had the right conversation and the number of meals you'd eaten together and the number of things you'd decided mattered and acted accordingly, 11 months was more than enough. They found a restaurant 3 blocks from the ministry. Nothing special, a corner Italian place with checked tablecloths and good bread and the particular energy of a place that had been doing the same thing for 30 years and was right to be confident about it. They sat down. Harry looked at the menu. He ordered without checking with anyone, which he did now as a matter of course, which was something Tony had stopped noticing because it had become ordinary, which was the point. The bread arrived. Harry ate it. "Tony," Pepper said, looking at her phone with a specific expression. "What?" "Rita Skeeter." "What did she do?" She filed her follow-up piece. The Wisingamot findings, Harry's testimony, the governance provision. Pepper set the phone on the table and turned it so Tony could see the screen, the Daily Prophet digital edition, the headline reading, "Potter wins, Wisingamot finds misconduct, new oversight law passed." And below it, in smaller text, "Boy who lived speaks, I want the system to be different." Harry looked at the headline. "Is the quote accurate?" Tony asked. "Verbatim," Pepper said. Harry looked at it for a moment. His name in a headline, his words underneath it, and not the words of someone who had survived something or defeated someone, the words of someone who had walked into a room and said what needed to be said. "Ha," he said. "Ha," Tony said. "It's just," Harry set the phone down and picked up his wine glass, which held apple juice because he was 12, and held it out. "I don't usually look like myself in the papers." Tony picked up his own glass. Pepper picked up hers. They were 3 people at a corner table in a restaurant 3 blocks from the ministry, and outside, London was getting dark in the April way, and somewhere in Scotland a castle was lit up against the night and would be waiting when the holidays ended. "Get used to it," Tony said. And Harry Potter grinned, the full, open, unguarded grin, the one that was just 12 years old and genuinely happy and entirely himself, and raised his glass. They drank. 6 weeks later, a letter arrived at the Kensington townhouse on a Wednesday morning, carried by a Gringotts owl with the formal bearing of a bird that understood it was conducting official business. Harry opened it at breakfast. "Read it." "Set it down." "Ragnarok says the restitution transfer is complete," he said. "All accounts restored. The Bloodlock vault has been fully inventoried and the items formally recorded under my name." He looked at the letter. "He also says, and this is the whole last paragraph, that Gringotts has changed its internal document classification protocols to require 2 independent authorizations for any reclassification of a blood relation instrument, effective immediately." He paused. "He says the change was made on the recommendation of the Heritage and Trust Division." He put the letter down. "He signs it, with the regards of Gringotts and the personal regards of Ragnarok, Director." Tony poured coffee. "Personal regards from a goblin director is not a thing that happens," he said. "That's significant." "I know." Harry folded the letter and set it beside his plate. He looked at his toast. "I'm going back to school Monday," he said. "I know." "Second year." "I know. Hermione says she's already read half the second-year curriculum." A pause. "I've read the other half." Tony looked at him. "Did you two actually coordinate that?" "We may have organized it," Harry said, with the specific neutrality of someone who had absolutely organized it and was not entirely sure how Tony would receive this information. Tony looked at the ceiling. Then back. "Do you want me to be concerned or impressed?" "Impressed," Harry said. It was Hermione's system. Tony drank his coffee. The morning was doing what mornings in London did in late May, the light early and tentative, the street outside just beginning its day. Jarvis had the day's schedule on the kitchen screen, 2 meetings for Tony, a call with Helena about the fund structure, and a 4 p.m. that Jarvis had labeled simply H, Diagon Alley because Harry had asked for one more trip before term, which Tony had put in the calendar the moment it was requested. "Tony," Harry said. "Yeah." He was looking at the Gringotts letter, but not reading it. Looking at it the way he looked at things when his brain was somewhere else, when the thing in front of him was a surface for something underneath. "Do you think she'd," he stopped. "My mom. Do you think she'd be, I don't know. I don't know what the right question is." Tony set his coffee down. He thought about Lily Evans, who had come to New York at 19 and met her father and apparently decided that what she needed to do was build a door for the son she didn't have yet. Who had written a letter to Howard and a letter to Harry and had set a bloodlock that required her son and her half-brother to open it together, which was not an accident, which was a specific and deliberate construction, the architecture of someone who knew she was running out of time and was trying to use the time she had as well as she possibly could. I think, Tony said carefully, that she was someone who spent a lot of energy making sure that the people she loved had everything they needed, even when she wasn't there to give it to them. He paused. And I think she'd look at you right now and think she got that right. Harry was quiet for a moment. Then he nodded. He ate his toast. Outside, London moved into its morning with the indifferent certainty of a city that was always in the middle of something and had no interest in stopping. Upstairs, Hedwig was asleep. In Scotland, a castle was getting ready for a new term. In the legal record of the Wisengamot, a notation had been entered that would outlast everyone in this room and every room connected to it. Harry picked up his second piece of toast. Diagon Alley at 4, he said. Diagon Alley at 4, Tony said. And that, for this morning, was exactly enough.